allow the children.
It's okay. It's okay. Off your mic. It's okay.
She
off your mic.
Chai! Now wow, people wey suppose talk truth to power don off mic. And if we talk, now 500,000 they go sama us, call them hate speech. But fear not, Maiyegun don't come. Him go torchlight every corner, nooks and cranny of all these bad people where they spoil our country. So my people make we laugh, oh, yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh, yo yo. My people make we shout, oh, yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh, yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, man of the masses, oh, yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh, yo yo. Maiyegundiary Politico, oh, yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh, yo yo. This one not the off in mind, oh, yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh, yo yo. And in the touchlight every corner, oh, yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh, yo yo. Okay, some people be they holla say they want the power. Chai, them be promise us say we go get light and power. Nah. Them hustle sote they can't get the power. But now they know they do anything with the power. Sure. Every day, dollar just they get the higher power over naira. See them talk say make we off mind, but thank God say Maiyegun don't come. So my people make you laugh, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. My people make we shout, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, man of the masses, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. Maiyegundiary Politico, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. This one not the off in mind, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. Person where they do evil, no one make person talk. Them say that Maiyegun, that man too they talk. He too they talk. Say MaiyegunDiary, he they hot like pepper. But every day then they take money in bulk. Woman pikin they the street they hawk. Still them talk say make we no talk. But thank God say Maiyegun don't come. So my people make you laugh, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. My people make you shout, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, man of the masses, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. Maiyegundiary Politico.
Hello there.
Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun ti dé o, ọ̀rẹ́ ará lórí Facebook.
Good morning to you, good afternoon to you, and good evening to you from wherever you are watching from. It is Maiyegun Live.
Àṣírí ọ̀dẹ̀lú kì í kó níbẹ̀ o.
Thank you so much for joining me. It is our Sunday sermon on MaiyegundsDiary Politico. Sunday sermon on MaiyegundsDiary Politico is a no-holds-bar session. It is a place where if you are a politically correct person, you shouldn't watch this because things can actually escalate very fast. This is where we are allowed to speak freely how you really feel about things, how I feel about things happening there. You can call it ranting, doesn't really matter. But do not feel offended or by any means think you will be needed or your advice will be needed. It could go to, it is a segment where anybody and anyone and anything can be touched as much as they are concerned, okay? So thank you so much for joining me. Share the broadcast. Invite your friends, invite your not so friendly friends, all you have to tell them is that Maiyegun today. The state of Nigeria is what we want to talk about today. If you have your bias or your prejudices or biases, this will be the moment you are likely not going to be able to hide it. You know, some of you are like a closet bigots, religious fanatics, extremists, but are not really bold to speak publicly because of the shame associated with whatever you think you believe in. And you have been pretending. On Sunday sermon on MaiyegunsDiary Politico, I may be striking a chord in you that can throw you into rage because you have been a pretender. But if anything I say today by any means offends you, it simply means you have been a pretender all along. If whatever I say today makes you understand Nigeria better, then possibly we are winning. And I know we are. You just share the broadcast. Over 800 people have been kidnapped in Nigeria in 1 week. And it seems everybody, like I used to say, they are minding their business. Today. So good morning to you once again. Good afternoon to you and good evening to you from wherever you are watching from. It is a Sunday sermon on MaiyegunsDiary Politico, and thank you for joining me. I want to use this moment, especially all of you everyone that is here today. I want to use this moment to call for individual sober reflection. Think about things that as Nigeria is what it is today. Think about your actions and inactions, what you have enabled that have now festered to this stage, putting all of us and our lives, our future in jeopardy, in serious danger. APC, Egbekegbe, represents evil, poverty, division, and totally like a death, genocide, ethnic cleansing, religious, extremism. All of this enabled by a corrupt system that has no real identity. So, today in Nigeria, everything has gone to dust, but they are pretending to be holding it together. There are those who believe that maybe something can still happen or be done. And we keep reminding you, nothing will be done. Or, number one, nothing is being done. Nothing will be done than further ruin and destruction. If you don't stop these criminals, if you don't stop them, they will kill all of us. But before they succeed, they will bleed too. How? By reducing the dependency, the ignorance of a lot of you, who even despite what is going on in Nigeria today, you are still making yourselves tribal champions, ethnic champions, those who are promoting different prejudices against yourselves. But your leaders, they feast. So I saw the funeral of that Access Bank MD that died, Wigwe, and all of the accolades. You know, when you look at the ordinary Nigerians who are pretty much like customers of his bank, or who have done businesses with his bank and all of that. And then the story of his rise and all of ruggedity and all that sort of resonate with some Nigerians who are dreamers, right? Who dreams that maybe one day they will be like him, right? However, his real friends, his true friends, they came together, right? They came together to when they were crying about their losses. They were talking about their money. They are talking about the wealth that they have been able to sort of exchange among themselves. What do you call it? The disgraced emir of Kano then, Sanusi, in fact, came out and said, in fact, he actually cried. He cried because he said he made the guy his children, I mean, the sort of the estate manager or something for his children's trust fund. However, some didn't miss the chance of playing politics there too. Okay, so we're going to touch that this afternoon or morning, whatever the time is at yours, right? So, but I saw them celebrating or mourning what is pretty much like the Commonwealth, your Commonwealth, how your money, those who were stealing your money and those who were laundering the money for them, the banks. So this was the time that they were able to kind of, they felt so bad that the guy died in his prime. He could still have done so much more. But to them, the loss is not to those of you who probably dream to become like him, which will likely never happen, all right, to 99.9% of you, by the way. However, the loss is not to you. The loss is to them. Those his friends he has helped in his career, which is for them, or you get about the assemblage of thieves, squanderers, plunderers, and all that should tell you enough picture of what Nigeria is. Then you look at the other side, which is where you have the multitude of their victims. It's like seeing the economic saboteurs, okay? Political criminals, economic saboteurs, and them coming together in a single place, right? And then on the other side, you see the army of their victims, the Nigerians, right? So in that space, it was even more louder. Okay, the death of the tragedy of that man's death and his family, right, was so loud. Okay, to also tell you the significance of the haves to the insignificance of the have-nots. Or more. When people die, when they kill people in Nigeria, okay, most of it is just going to be numbers. For example, you have been hearing school kidnapping, mass kidnappings. Only a single one happened under Goodluck Ebere Jonathan, and the entire world, the entire country, everyone ran like gone so crazy. It was a mad moment. Then under APC, Egbekegbe, 18 to 19 school kidnappings took place. Under this Tifnumbu, there has been about 4 different school kidnappings that have taken place, under Tifnumbu. But they are mostly insignificant people that do not make most of you even cry. But I know a lot of you who have put up social media posts explaining things in your own imagination where imagination won't finish you, describing the loss of Wigwe and his family to Nigeria. Do you now see the difference? Unfortunately, the picture in Nigeria today is so clear. The desperation, the depression, and every other thing that people have to deal with are so pronounced. They are so evident on everyone's faces. And the nonchalant attitude of the elite of Nigeria, they are also more pronounced. That is why when one of them dies, the pretty much equals to maybe 10,000 of us. I am not trying to downplay the tragedy of that man's death, though. But listen to me. I am now pointing at the assemblage, the eulogy, the importance that they placed on the death of the man, his wife, and his son. Tragedy, of course. Compared to that person who has no second name that is similar to the ones you know, among the 800 women and children that have been kidnapped now for the past 5 days. Tell me, in your own all honesty, tell me that you feel the same way when you heard the news of the crash of this Access Bank guy and the reaction of your elite, your rich novels and all that. So the reaction, and your government too. So the reaction of your government to this recent one, I don't even want to go back to all of the tragedies in the past. Just this last 1 week. That is to tell you, you are nothing to these criminals. And if you are going to pick a battle, one of the foolish battles that you should never pick up is to think you really matter in fighting for one Nigeria. Look at all of them. I'm using this recent one because this is a tragedy. You will never hear that 800 women and children have been kidnapped in the United States of America, and they have been taken into the deserts of Utah. And American government, politicians, they are sad because one of them and his family died in a plane crash. And they managed to carry the entire country. Okay? Your entire media is flooded by messages of those who are sad, of those who are telling you the loss. This is to Nigeria, of how emotional they have dragged you into it. And how, subconsciously, in fact, consciously for so many of you, thinking, turning around to now say you are fighting for one Nigeria. And I ask, if you have a one Nigeria, who are those who will make that one Nigeria? Are those people being killed little by little, day by day? And you, that they have managed to become so numb to all of this because somehow, something tells you this can never be your own fortune. It can never be your own fate. I bet some of these people today who are the victims now, they will say the same thing yesterday. So the point I'm trying to bring up here today is this. A lot of you are yet to kind of grasp the level of the generation that Nigeria has degenerated into. To the point that every time that you tell yourself that there is one Nigeria, but you do not tell yourself the bondage that you or those who have already fallen are in, and the responsibility of those who were supposed to prevent all of that. The moment you begin to kind of reason that, you see that's nerve in you that is telling you that this is redeemable. They will begin to kick in the right senses in you that you are still living in delusion. Delulu. So fighting for one Nigeria is fighting for what is going to kill you.
whether you are Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, Igbos, it doesn't really matter. It is like a place that is doomed and cursed with people that will make that destruction, generational ruin, possible. If they are not stopped, they won't stop. And if they don't stop, you and I, reason them. Somebody said, if the son of the president is among the people killed or kidnapped in Nigeria, that the terrorism will end immediately. Here is another delusion that some of you are believing in. You see, the danger that Nigeria is in is so beyond the hand of the rogues that brought you here, okay? That they themselves are in danger of what they have created. Or you see that greed, the lust for power, wealth, and all other worldly things that they use to rate themselves. They have blinded them that even they themselves are living in the danger they have created. But because they are blind by the greed and the lust of the office and all that, they do not mind to self-destruct. And that is why when they go down, or when Nigeria go down, it will take them with it. Nigeria will go down, not because I want it, not because you don't want it. It is simply because a lot of you are so enmeshed, you are so soaked, drowning in your different man-made bigotry that has blinded you enough that your prejudices towards one another is the fuel that is keeping these rogues going. And they are going nowhere than ruins. You can see it all. So everyone is on board. I am talking about the elite and their friends. We all agree. The role that religion has played on us so far has become so disastrous that we are also happy that a generation is emerging that will likely not follow the same man-made social conditioning that brought us here. So let me take 1, 2, 3 steps back a bit so that I can understand that you are following me. You see this broadcast you are watching right now, it is to help you, help me, okay, to understand that you see this Nigeria that you are seeing today and the trajectory of where it is going economically, security-wise, including the people in there, the government and the governed. The direction they are taking all of us is that of a perdition. What's that called? A total, decimation. And it is being done by those of you who are seeing evil and you are calling it good. You are seeing good. You are calling it evil. So you would need to understand what prejudice means in this regard and where you belong. Because you know what? The criminals, once again, if they are not stopped, they won't stop. Nigeria is sitting on a keg of gunpowder. There used to be a sealed one, but it is now opened. And we are just waiting for the spark. Some believe it's going to be a fire. Others believe it's just going to be a little spark that will turn to inferno. However, if you and me want to be honest with ourselves, this is a direct question now. See, calm down with your, ethnic association, your religious connection and every other thing that Nigeria has managed to give you or profile you and give you a sort of a combative identities, the one that has left all of you, all of us, in a combative mood, combative of supremacy. We are bigger than you. Our ancestors are bigger than your ancestors. Our ancestors, they wear clothes. You all know they wear clothes. Our ancestors, this and that. I want you to please put all of that down for now, okay? Just for a moment. Do you understand? And answer this question truthfully. Will you do that for me? Answer this truthfully. Okay. This is me asking you to drop your, I'm a Yoruba, I'm Igbo, I'm this or I am that for now. Drop them. And answer this. Do you think the people who are running Nigeria right now, all of the entire APC at the federal level, from Tifnumbu to Shitiman, from Gandola to Akpabioli, and the rest of all the people you are seeing right now running things in Nigeria, okay? Do you think Nigeria has a future? Be honest. If you say yes, that's okay. You probably will have a chance of telling us what you are saying. There are those who have told us that there is light after the tunnel. When you are in the tunnel and you are digging the tunnel, at the end of the day, your tunnel is expected to come into the open. Then you will see the light. But the problem of Nigeria that we have seen is that we have sent people to the future. And I will explain that to you, okay? We have sent people to the future, and they have seen the end of that tunnel. Ladies and gentlemen, these criminals, by the time you get to the end of the tunnel, they are telling you there is light. You will discover that they have even stolen the sunlight there. They've taken away all of the light. Because with what they are doing, a country that your rulers or your ruiners are borrowing against future generations. Baba, say me and you. Okay, let's put it this way. Now, you can put your own age now. This is why you should not let anybody threaten you or scare you with death. We're all going to die. Do you know that I am 40 years old? I will be lucky to live for another 40 years. I am not guaranteed that I will be here for another 40 years. Do you understand? Tifnumbu is 80 years old. There's no guarantee that Tifnumbu is going to be here for another 30 years. Bokwari is 85 years old. There is no chance that Bokwari is still going to be here in another 20 years. But you know what these guys have done? The future generation, your children, your children's children, they have borrowed against their future. They will be born into poverty, into a country that continues to pay debts. Service debt, not even with the ability to pay any debt. Nigeria has debt. They have debt that these guys have stolen of 100 years repayment. These guys have used the Nigerian future oil prospects just for peanuts. They sold Nigeria oil prospects for the next 25 years. They've borrowed against Nigeria oil prospects for the next 50 years, which simply means every crude oil that comes out of Nigeria, there is already somebody they've sold it to. And these are supposed to be the resources of the future, or the resources that they have to use today to build the future. It's gone. After 63 years, these guys have only been able, in a country of 200 million people, as they say, right? This criminal generation, these old rogues that are telling you that tomorrow you are the leaders of tomorrow. The country that cannot generate 10,000 megawatt of electricity, a country that needs over 100,000 megawatt of electricity to be able to run its own economy, empower our own people, create wealth. But they continue to work against that just for today's benefit, because they want to drive the best cars today, the latest aircraft, they want to buy it. They want to renovate houses with money that could build schools, fund and recruit teachers, pay them well. You are watching them waste away all of this. So where do you think that one Nigeria future is going to just drop from? Eh? There is no light after that tunnel. They are lying to you. They told you that all you needed is to make sure you train your children, send them to school so that they will be able to fend for themselves and train their own children too, raise their own family too. But you are watching them now, all of you in your 40s, in your 30s, you have no idea what the life is going to be for you. You have no idea what the future is going to be. You have no plan of even having a family. And systematically, that is how they will finally destroy, lineages like that and turn them to future slaves. Their children are being groomed. They are not even raising their children that they use stolen money to send abroad. They are not training, they are not using their children for the development of Nigeria. Do you know how many of your politicians' children went to so many of these, international schools who schooled abroad? What did they learn from all those places their fathers sent them to? They stole money that could provide education for all of you, your children, in order to provide education for their own children abroad. Their children are supposed to come back with those training. They were supposed to be investments. They were supposed to come back as, people who plan countries, who build countries, who build economies. This was supposed to be the reward of what their parents stole your money to send them to go and do. But when they come back to Nigeria, they turn to their parent. They turn to their parent, and their parent turn to the system and create a further loopholes where their children will continue to scavenge, to eat free of you, adding no value, absolute no value, nothing. Have you ever thought of that? Which school Sheyi Tifnumbu went? What about Tifnumbu's children? All of Bokwari's children, especially Aisha's children, they schooled abroad. Atifku's children, Obasanjo's children, and so many of them like that. They schooled abroad. What did they bring back to Nigeria? What did they come back to create that you can say, if not for Obasanjo's daughter, Nigeria would have no healthcare system. Oh, if not for Buhari's son, Nigeria wouldn't have, resolved the issue of electricity. Oh, if it is not because of this so and so's daughter, the issue of reformed, reformed civil service. Oh man, do you know that these politicians, they have about 20 or 40 of their children in the Nigeria military, in the Nigeria Air Force, in the Nigeria Navy. They are there creating standard. When you go to Saudi Arabia, when you go to the Imperial China, they send their princes, they send their princesses, they send them to the Western world to go and bring something back. And when you go back to their countries today, you will see their children that study in Oxford in charge of the police. You will see children that studied in Harvard in charge of the business, what have you. You will see them there running their countries, contributing there. And their people have they have something to show for it. How about all of your politicians? Okorocha and the rest of them, Benga Daniel, Amosun, all these guys send their children abroad, old and young. What did they come back to add to Nigeria? You that will fight and kill anybody because of Obaseki, or Oshiomole, or Akpabiole, or the rest of those that you love. I'm talking about your criminal leaders. I know you love your thieves differently. You love your oppressors differently. I am only asking you, what has been your gain from all of this? Because this is how it should have been. They shouldn't be coming back to use stolen money to buy power bikes, to to open businesses that they don't have intention of paying taxes, and they do not have intention of succeeding in, because they can rely on free money. Why do they have to? Their children they are those who are filling up all the central bank, but yet there is no difference from the corruption that has always been there. So I'm asking you now, okay, at best, some of their children that refuse to come back to Nigeria, they are working like normal people abroad. Yes, they are. They are working like normal people abroad. They wake up every day, every morning, like every one of us. They go to their places of work and they are responsible. But when they come back to Nigeria, what exactly? Or even if you say your leaders they have you in mind, what is that having you in mind looking at all of these wastages? They exposed you. The world laugh at you. The doctors to your president, especially since Buhari's time. In fact, it started from Yaradua, who nearly died in Germany. American president will not be attended to by anyone other than American surgeons or medical practitioners for the sake of national security. That's how you value something that you actually love. Here you get. They say, if you love something, you are going to protect it. Abi? See you. Your phone, some of you love your phone so much. Not because your phone is anything other than just a device, but your phone is so useful to you. Depends on what you use it for. Your mobile, your financial apps on your phone, your navigators on your phone, your social media apps on your phone. So many other apps there that are currently helping you to run your life. Therefore, your phone is so precious to you, and you will not let anybody steal it. You will not let anybody break it. You will charge it when it needs power. You will make sure that you are not overcharging it so that it doesn't go bad. You care for it. A device, just phone. Now let's take material things out. Because there are things that that actually love also defines. You love see people you love. See the people you love. The people that you are ready to bleed for. Your children, your parents, your loved one, your siblings, some of you, your friends, you love them. You will never want anything to happen to them. You will protect them with your life if you have to. That is what love is. You care for them. You think of them. Abi, that's what love is. You are responsible for them as they are responsible for you. There are criminals in charge of Nigeria who do not love Nigeria. You have been living a lie, and I am here to keep reminding you. You are fighting a wrong battle, fighting everyone that is asking for the peaceful dissolution, the peaceful breakup. Let everybody go their separate way and undo their problems, their own choosing ways. You are fighting a wrong battle. Because the people you think love Nigeria, they don't. And they are the people that Nigeria has been so good to. Your politicians have had it all. Those who are dead and those who are alive, Nigeria gave them everything. Some of them older ones you have today. They all attended free education, sponsored scholarship, and all of that to acquire knowledge, only for them to come back to Nigeria and destroy the place because of their greed and selfishness. Nigeria gave them everything. Your criminal politicians, they drive free cars. They live in free houses. They pay themselves the ridiculous amount of money they want to pay themselves as salaries. You do not even have a say in all of that. And yet, the little they said is meant for you, they still won't let that get to you. They ruined a beautiful country, you will say, because Nigeria is a conglomeration of many, many nations, of so many nations. They ruined them by trying to force a wrong identity on all of us. They are those who hold Nigeria. They are those who hold you something. But what did they give you back? They gave you back corruption. They gave you back poverty. They gave you back division. They gave you back hatred. They gave you back religious fanaticism. They gave you back ethnic supremacy. They gave you back tribal jingo and all of that stuff.
Oh, none of this actually benefits you. None of this benefits any of us. Yorubas, they suffer. Igbos, they suffer. Hausas, they suffer. Fulanis, they suffer. Every tribe, every ethnic nationality, every religion is suffering in that place. It doesn't really spare anyone. Nobody is spared. By the people who were given everything. They were given everything. They are still being given everything. Right now, they are disloyal. Their doctors are not Nigerians. Not in Nigeria. Their investment is not in Nigeria. Outside the place. Their investment that are in Nigeria, they are conduit pipes that does not add any value, not to that place. You know it. I know it. But we are busy fighting ethnic Olympics, competing in ethnic Olympics, tribal Olympics. Abi? That's why I said I want to talk to you. I want to say that to you so that before you point fingers at those who are not patriotic, a lot of you are also not patriotic because you are defending unpatriotic people, people that Nigeria gave everything to. Nigeria gave these guys everything, oh. Or they took everything. That's it. They've got everything. But what do you ask for? You ask them for security, peaceful coexistence, development, education for your children, healthcare for everyone, safe place, safe communities, safe farms, productive society, and a booming economy where everybody contributes. Everyone contributes to a booming economy if those in charge of that economy helps those people to contribute. Nigeria is being run by rogues that want to keep you in perpetuity of poverty. Can't you see it? Can't you see it? So that is why once in a while you need to ask yourselves, is what this guy is saying true or lies? Do you think Nigeria has a future? Do you think your children, if anything happened to you now, do you think Nigeria is a society that will protect your children and their dignity when you are no more? I keep asking people that all the time, but I think not everybody understands that. A place where your life can be snuffed out of you just like that. And it doesn't even spare you to say, are you a Christian? Or are you a Muslim? Or are you a Yoruba? Or are you a Hausa? Are you this or that? When this dark death comes calling, it doesn't even spare any one of us. Are you not seeing it? If they talk about Fulani terrorism, Boko Haram terrorism, a lot of you can easily point fingers and say, over there, not here. But a lot of you don't understand what is called economic terrorism. Have you not noticed how you were so devalued, even though you are not fighting war? So devalued that all it takes for you to lose money in Nigeria is to go and put that your money in your bank. You will watch it lose all its value. The rogues that brought you here, they are pointing fingers at themselves now. It is that one. It is that one. It is this one. You will be said they are victim. You said they help them point fingers. And now, everything is already bad before Tifnubu. Everything is already bad. Let us be honest. Do you expect Tifnubu to do it in 10 months? At least if they no go stop you from degenerating to what you have been today. Even if not just that time when Bokwari nearly strangulates some of you will survive now to death. Even if not that state, May 29, 2023, if not that state, Tifnubu return you to now. I know talk say it better. At least you will prefer that, won't you, right now? Let me remind you, just in case, since you love to help them point fingers, it's not their fault. Things are already bad.
We should all know that we need sacrifice. Opele kanayo. Iwo ma sacrifice lo. Are you with me? They will continue to loot whatever is left to buy themselves properties all over the place. While you are there doing sacrifices and sacrifices. In 10 months, Tifnumbu has borrowed over $8 billion. Oya Kosile. Sometimes Stockholm syndrome is something that we might need an extra spiritual consultation to cure. Because I've been working on it for the past 12 years, and it doesn't seem to be working too well because Stockholm syndrome still exists and it's even getting even worse. Okay, so Tifnumbu's criminal government has borrowed, so far so good, $8.2 billion. Kosile, are you with me? Tifnumbu's government, criminal government or illegitimate government, has claimed, by the way, that they have shared over 33 trillion naira in the last 10 months, okay? So Tifnumbu's criminal government that is currently probing Emefiole and Bokwari for printing 27.5 trillion naira and shared the money, stole it, right? The same Tifnumbu's government has already printed over 7 trillion naira. Kosile, 7 trillion naira. That is in your economy already, by the way, and nobody can really trace that. God knows how much of that naira paper is in your economy right now, okay? However, the same, what do you call it? The same Tifnumbu's criminal government who came back to say, you know, there's been like no money or what have you, right? So let's go back to that May 29, 2023, so that you can remember where you were before where you are now, just for the record, okay? So in that your May 29, I still remember, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not mistaken, by the way, a liter of petroleum around that shito was put at around 169 naira per liter, Abi. So today, a liter of petroleum is between 690 naira to 1 liter, between 690 naira to 780 naira per liter, okay? So in May 2023, right, when this criminally legitimate Kolu came in, by the way, a bag of rice was sold for 30,000, between 30,000 and 32,000 naira. So today under Kolu is between 70,000 and 85,000 naira per bag, by the way. So, and also, mind you, a dollar at the time was put at, officially, they said officially, a dollar was 610 naira to $1. So, and then Kolu came in 10 months, a dollar turned to 1,800 naira, nearly 2,000 naira to a dollar at some point. So, Nkosile, no. Okay, I am writing the Nkosile, by the way, right? So the same Kolu, before Kolu, they said that Nigeria was generating between 6,000 and 7,000 megawatt of electricity and distributing between 3,000 and 3,500 megawatt of electricity. Under Kolu, that has collapsed. Meanwhile, National Grid collapsed under Bokwari 104 times in 8 years. That's how many times the National Grid of Nigeria collapsed in 8 years, okay? So under Tifnumbu, National Grid has collapsed for 22 times already, by the way, all right? So, which means that not only that the generation has dropped under Tifnumbu, from 6,000 to 7,000, it has now dropped down to less than 4,000 megawatt of electricity generated. You ask me about the distributed. That one too has dropped to half. So it has, at some point, it actually dropped to 0. Do you understand what I mean? So right now, the Nigeria is distributing between 1,500 megawatt electricity and 1,800, less than 2,000 megawatt electricity is what Nigeria is distributing to industries, homes, and all these schools, hospitals in Nigeria. Then you have the picture, Abi, under these rogues. Nigeria has depreciated, right, by more than 50% just in 10 months. But since they said you should be kanayo, as kanayo, you can continue to sacrifice. But I will continue to remind you
that the same people who told you to sacrifice when Bokwari came to power. When Bokwari came to power, they said, Goodluck Jonathan has destroyed Nigeria totally. Thank God, say Bokwari came. Nigeria Naira to dollar in 2015 was officially was officially 145 Naira in 2015. Black market of Nigeria Naira at the time was put at between 199 Naira and 205 Naira to a dollar. And within 8 years of Bokwari, Nigeria Naira jumped from official 145 to official 610 Naira. Nigeria crude oil production before Bokwari, APC, Egbekegbe, was put at 1.8 million barrels a day, while Nigeria was losing 50,000 barrels to oil thieves. Immediately Bokwari came in, Nigeria's oil production dropped by half to 900,000 barrels a day, while the crude oil Nigeria was losing to the thieves increased by more than 600%, in fact, more than 700% to 700,000 barrels. Okay, that Nigeria started losing to oil thieves. So Nigeria lost so much money to the point that Nigerians no longer even had a clue how much Nigeria was making from crude oil for 8 years. You see, from 1960 to 2015, the Central Bank of Nigeria printed in total 921 billion naira in total as money they printed between 1960 and 2015. This money is called ways and means, the money that the central bank always prints to borrow the federal government if they are having deficits. Now, let me explain that to you, how they brought you to this ruin, okay? So, normally, the government of Nigeria has no real business. Just take money. They call it taxes, and they can name it anything. Royalty, taxes, whatever. That's where they make their money. Now, that is why the government has a plan, and they call their plan budget. So when government budgets, they budget based on what they have or what they expect to have in order to provide whatever they want to provide in the country. So where there was a deficit means what the government wants to do around that time and the money they have, as well as the money they are expecting. Okay, put it this way, the money they have is not going to pay for what they want to do, okay? But they are expecting money, which will come later. So they will now say, okay, we are expecting 100 naira, let's say in the middle of the year. Currently, we need to spend 300 naira, but we only have 200 naira, okay? So since we have 200 naira, we need 100 naira, but this 100 naira won't come until June. So they will now turn to the central bank of the country. The central bank will now provide by law 5% of the entire budget. So let's say your budget is 300 naira, okay? So the central bank will provide you the 5% of that and give the money to government. You see that money that government is expecting? The moment the money comes in June, so government can continue to go and do what they want to do, okay? They will have money. So by June, when that money the government is expecting starts coming in, it will go straight to the central bank. And central bank will remove the money they gave to the government. Most of the time, the central bank have the money in their vaults. They do not need to print money. It's like a bank, okay? Oh, you need 1 trillion. We'll give it to you. It's already there. But in the case of APC, Egbekegbe, Nigeria printed 1960 to 2015. That's going to be like how many years? 55 years. For 55 years of Nigeria history, the central bank printed and borrowed 950-something billion to Nigeria government. But under APC, in a space of 8 years, the Central Bank of Nigeria printed 27.5 trillion naira.
and nobody has an account of it, what they did with it. As it is right now, Nigeria doesn't have any money they are expecting that they will use to pay back the money to the central bank. Central bank didn't have the money either. They printed the money. The money they printed, the one they found in their vaults, all of this money have disappeared. Either to people's strong rooms in their homes. And who are those who have access to this money from when it is printed to when it is shared? It is not me and you. And but when this whole mess, they will now be asking me and you that we should all work together and do our best to make sure that Nigeria is great. But what me and you go do? When some people get 27 trillion naira cash that they had the power to print and they cannot account for, what me and you go do to now save Nigeria now? What we go do? The criminals who did it are saying you and I should do something. What are we going to do? So this is why, when they push it to you, don't push it back to others. Do not take their responsibility for them. You need to stop them. So this 27 trillion, when they converted it, it came to $50 billion. $50 billion. And Tifnumbu, who happened to be the chief marketer for Bokuwari, I think some of you still remember this now. College president.
Tí o bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn. Pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀. Wàá dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Tí ò bá sí àwọn.
Èmi ló kàn. When it is Yoruba turn, it is my turn. The chief marketer of Bokuwari is now the man they are telling you that they did not know that Bokuwari destroyed Nigeria to this level. And you should give him time. The only time you are giving them is just for them to replace those rogues, thieves that helped Bokuwari and APC Egbekegbe to give you Tifnumbu. And once they replace them and it's like business as usual and it continues, see, you can abuse me. You can call me names. But look at me very well. I am not the person who brought this upon you. A lot of you brought this upon yourselves. I am only trying to cure you of the misfortune that you have brought upon yourself and innocent people. That you and your tribal Olympics, ethnic championship, it has brought you nothing but destruction, poverty, and death. Now, if you can't see it, it is because the old log in your eye is deeper than you can see. Or maybe somebody around you need this too. And they should. So you can abuse me, you can not like me, you can say whatever you like. See, even me, I dey pray for you. Say Tifnumbu, not only that we do 8 years, so it go probably by then, it go don't master how they will now twist that your trashy book that you call Constitution, so that it can just be your own pobia. If that is what will happen, to give everybody sense, to let you know that you are a Yoruba, that you are a Igbo, or you are Hausa, or you are Fulani, in this doomed Nigeria, none of us is safe. But you go hear may you do 16, may you do 20, 30 years.
If him finish, make them push Sheyi inside. After Sheyi, make them push Ade. Make them put, like that. Make them give you everything where they want like that. You see, when the Gbedu enter body, look at me. When the Gbedu enter body, like when the Gbedu enter body, yay, enter body, you will dance, you will use Azonto, to dance. What was that? You will use Azonto to dance Buga. I tell you, I've seen it happen many times. It's just that it hasn't really gotten to that chokehold. You can deceive yourself and think that because Tifnumbu is Yoruba, therefore you as a Yoruba, you have to defend Tifnumbu, who doesn't give a shit about you. You need to know that. And you also need to believe it. That Tifnumbu and these rogues, it is the same thing. For when Bokuwari, one second, it's the same like when Bokuwari was your president. Do you know how many school children they kidnapped under Bokuwari and how many times? They put the number together. More than 3,000 school children were kidnapped under Bokuwari in an operation that spanned over 18 times. 18 times under Bokuwari. Under Tifnumbu, it has already happened about 4 times. Mass kidnapping. And you know something? It is coming home to It's coming home now, coming to the community near you. We have seen the Fulani terrorists slaughter people, innocent people on their farms in Oyo State. We have seen terrorists ransacked and invaded Ondo State and Ondo communities. We have seen terrorists who have massacred and killed royal fathers in Yoruba land. We have seen terrorist sympathizers even threaten Remi Werekwe, Teresa Mendoza, Abuja, Tifnumbu's wife. We have seen things. And guess what? Tifnumbu would rather die. I'll ask you, where are the cows? Than come to the head of any Yoruba anywhere. I am a Yoruba man. I am of no value to Tifnumbu and his criminal gang. Do you understand that? And you need to believe that your life is worthless to them. But your life is precious. It's a life. No man can create life. It's a life that should be. One life is not important than the other life. Every life should matter. Abi, your life, my life, are supposed to be sacred. They should not be taken by anybody or should not be sacrificed on the altar of political aggrandizement, political benefits of these rogues. People are dying. I mean, you can easily tell there is no real remorse on their faces, So why should I decided to become an ethnic or tribal bigot? Not because I am defending my fellow Yorubas, but because I want to defend criminal politicians that doesn't give a damn about me, the education of my people, their health care, their safety. Have you thought of that? Have you thought about the you know what I mean? Have you thought about the danger that you have to endure? Your businesses that are going to die or dying. There are Yoruba businesses that are dying in this economy. Yorubas are paying ransom to terrorists in Nigeria. But Yorubas have Shongodele, Amoda Shongolere, Tifnumbu as president. And that is so important to us. Our people can farm. You are there on that your Kinko made Apple phone or Abinkon. Thinking you are a tribal warrior, ethnic warrior, or a religious warrior. Somebody where they fight for God. When it gets to your own problems, you leave that for God. Papa. Una they fight for God. Turn yourself into special advisor to God in heaven. Some of you turn yourselves into Attorney General of Hellfire, the the protector of the realm in heaven, advocating for God, adjudicating for him, killing your fellow people for God. What the hell? If you understand very well the danger that you are in and the utopia that you are helping them to create, a place that you are that has no place for you other than to be a serf, a slave. So sometimes you might need to think, just like a lot of us are doing. We know that thinking is a very hard job. That's why a lot of people don't want to get involved in it. Thinking is a really, really hard job. But if you have to think about yourselves and think beyond yourself, because a lot of you are not even thinking about yourself, thinking that you are somehow protecting something or someone. Have you actually valued, have you actually reviewed of what value have these people added to your life, to your community? But when you take time to think it properly, you will realize that, as I have said many times, if you care to think just for 1 second, for God's sake, you will see it clearly that Nigeria is the weapon fashioned against you, and it's not going anywhere until you break it up. Defending Nigeria could mean something like other countries. Do not see yourselves, and it is not act of unpatriotism. No. We have been guilt tripped for so long. We have been fighting wrong battle. A lot of us have no idea why we are even fighting. We do not. And for those who understand why they are kind of spreading that seed of hate, you should also know that you're not doing yourself any good or any favor. You are helping the system that is put in place to kill you and destroy your descendants. Our children won't survive in that place. I promise you, they will not. A lot of us are not even surviving it now. Okay? Our forebearers who existed when we believed the world was so much cruel than this, they left something. A lot of us won't leave anything. They want us to die in the poverty capital they have created. Accept it. And turned us into this superstitious mob. People who believes that they will fight for God. But when it turns to their own fight to fight for themselves, fight for your liberty, fight for your safety, fight for your own prosperity, fight for your own economy, fight for your identity, something that gives you purpose as human. Fight for something. Stand up for something, okay? Or you die for nothing. No. They would rather wait on God. So we need a generation that is not so sissy or lily-livered, that will believe that there is a sky daddy that is going to come with magic to free them. Nobody is coming to free anyone. And that is why you should open your mind and think. The danger is not just you and me. A lot of them are pretty much about money and all that. That is why you have a lot of rich Nigerians, supposedly. Very rich Nigerians that all they have is money. They want to drive cars that they can't make. They want to live in they want to live in the mansions that they can't design or build. Okay? They want to enjoy things that could only be in others' dreams. They live off you. Their families, their concubines, and they live off you. They owe you. They owe you a lot because they've taken so much from us. And that's what they do all the time. They take everything they can take from us. Now, they pay attention. Okay? A lot of you are working so hard. But none of this is working in your own interest. You work so hard. in an economy that economy saboteurs are in charge of your country. Compromised criminals that could sacrifice your lives and bargain with terrorists. They don't even hide it. There's nowhere in the world that you will see anything called Operation Safe Corridor, where terrorists who have murdered innocent people, women and children, who have kidnapped them for years, raped them with no consequences. And here you are, you have a government that has a plan for them to rehabilitate them. Who rehabilitates terrorists? Terrorism is not just, it's not something that you just catch on the road. It is an idea. Terrorism is an idea that there's no amount of repentance that can actually withdraw that except death. But Nigeria claimed to have released more than 140,000 repentant terrorists. And you're having a dream in such country. Are you not deluded? I have my dream in the next 5 years. I am planning to build. Are you being serious, really? Are you thinking at all? And that is why a lot of you are losing so much today. All your life savings, all your supposed money saved for rainy day. They've devalued them, destroyed them. You are watching them do all of this. You watching them do all of this? And some of you kind of chose to defend them because to you, they are your tribesmen. They are people from your place. I cannot join anybody to fight my people. Your people are fighting you. The people you think are your people, those who are Yorubas, those who are Igbos among them, those who are Hausa Fulanis among them, they are there. They are there. They are benefiting from your ruins. But you are proud. You are proud to defend them and then wait on God. God will do it. Let's just believe in God. Let's just believe in God. Because God is you do believe. It's incredible that you do. But there's something a lot of us believe will never happen. God will not do what humans are meant to do. So when you leave this broadcast, you might continue in that your own deluded mind before you will become the next victim. The thing is, you should remember this, that the arrow or the bullet shot from the shotgun of bad governance is always very democratic and doesn't discriminate. It will choose a victim, whether you are for them or you are not for them. We are all, what do you call it? We are all a disaster waiting to happen. It is like we are not allowed to choose our own fate. They are choosing our fate for us. Okay? That's what they are doing to you. Nigeria is non-negotiable. And all of the maladies, all of the abnormalities, the criminalities, the abductions called kidnappings, impunity, and others that have continued to contribute to the retrogression of Nigeria and Nigerians, they said it's our fate. They are non-negotiable. We either take it or we leave it. And they say if we want to leave it, we should leave Nigeria for them. Some of you have been echoing that too. If you don't like Nigeria, go to another country. We understand what you are creating. You are creating the world that, millions like yourself and your children will never be able to live in. In case if you don't know, what every day, every minute, that this Tifnumbu and his APC, they are in charge of Nigeria. You are helping them to create the world that your children may not be able to survive. My children won't survive in that world. And I am worried. They are creating the world that when they are gone, you and I will still have to be paying the price. The prices of bigotry, ethnic jingoism, religious fanaticism, political and class war. That's what Dele Farotimi said. Dele Farotimi said, don't die in their war.
You think you are fighting for Nigeria? You think you are fighting for Yoruba by defending Tifnumbu? Do you really think you are fighting for the North by defending Bokwari? Oh dear, you are fighting the wrong war. And when you die, you will be nameless. That is one sad thing, or sad way to end. It's actually a very sad way to go. When you were born, it was announced to the world. Ekwewomo, congratulations, oh, he's a gay. Akwayomo, ọkùnrin lanti. And everybody will begin to say, oh, congratulations. Atoloruko. Ashefun yao. Ashefun bapao. Ajoloruko. Now, Nigeria continue to make you a nobody, a non-entity, and they call you ordinary. You know, that's what they call us. Ordinary Nigerians. Me, I be ordinary now. Sure, you get ordinary. You watching me, you be ordinary. And that is why the real ones who have names, if me and you jam them, they go show you and I where we belong to. All of you, these talikas, talapalis, these poor people. The way you poor people always reason. I don't even understand these poor people. These are people who are living off you. People who are unproductive. They have no idea of creating wealth. They are living off the people. I call them scroungers, scavengers, pickpockets, armed robbers. But they will look at you and me because we are ordinary. Me, I be ordinary. Maiyegun, ordinary Nigerian. Abi, Uche, Chike, my brother, you are ordinary Nigerian. Abi, Princess Balogun, you are ordinary. Abi, they call us ordinary to our faces. They actually didn't really see that. They say, we are important. They are important. You and I are ordinary. I reject ordinary. You should reject ordinary. The moment you reject being ordinary, when anybody now calls you ordinary, you will see the insult in it. You will see the arrogance in it. You will see the way they look at you. That's how they look at us. They look at us like that. And their children look at us like that too. What is wrong with all these poor people, Seth? They just hate us. You know, they believe that we hate them. Like it's normal. We hate them. They hate us. They hate us. Yeah? We don't know why they hate us. We don't know why they all... You are stealing people's education, healthcare, jobs, standard economy. You are stealing them to build life for your families. You want them to love you. So therefore, they look at us and say, all these poor people. That's poverty. That's poverty speaking inside you. Person will never work in his life. Your politicians are those who have failed in real life. Do you know that? You go see your politician. Him be doctor, but he prefer to be called a senator because he's never a successful doctor. He cannot even like operate or work as a doctor anywhere. Nobody go employ him. You will see this one say he's an accountant. This one will say he's a senior advocate of Nigeria. He's a lawyer. When you look at all of them, they are failed people who have not been able to succeed in anything, but they have been able to succeed in politics, which is pretty much all it takes. Bend the knee. When you bend the knee for the establishment, you can join them, and then you can turn around and say, you this ordinary Nigerian self, we need to help ordinary Nigerians. We must make sure that we do everything to make sure that the ordinary Nigerians, man, I hate that word. Honestly, I do not hate people or hate things just any easily. But every time I remember that I am referred to ordinary, that is why if I am kidnapped, how many of us are currently in the temple this morning? How many are you? We have about 700 of us on YouTube, okay? About 80 of us on TikTok, okay? And then we have about 100 as well, or so, on YouTube, on Facebook. Now, let's consider that imagine, I have a total of, I have a total of 900 people watching me from all platforms this morning, right now, okay? Imagine all of us, 900 people. We are inside the room. Now, you are physically with me right now, okay? 900 of you. And then we are all taken. Or we are all slaughtered.
Do you know that they will just use one number to describe us? 900 people were slaughtered at the Temple of Truth by Fulani, by bandits, to make it look less. Not like terrorists, bandits. They're not going to name you, and say, Alhaji Abdulaziz, Mrs. Dickin, something. And this, no, they won't name you because we are ordinary. Are we ordinary? Are you ordinary? Are you? Now, you have people who have that mindset. The mindset of saviors. That is why your criminal politicians have the mindset of saviors. They dip you in debt. Then they offer to help you. They take your food by destroying your economy, taking your job. Then they offer you gari and rice as your messiah. They give your child scholarship since you can no longer afford. Out of 5 children, they gave 1 scholarship. The rest of them, 4 of them, they can go and wander around in the world and see if they will survive or not. That's not up to them. But you need to be grateful to them. Okay? Since you can no longer take care of your family, they have already given 1 scholarship. And they just give you a bag of gari. Make them poor and make them beg. Then offer them solution and look like their savior. Have you not noticed that? This template is everywhere. From the north to the east, from the west to every part of the place, where they offer solution to the problems they have created. That is why they walk about like your saviors. Yeah, I've studied that and they enjoyed it. Please come to our aid. You say, do you know how many years that you have not had electricity? I decided to buy you transformer, and you are not grateful. All of you are not grateful. And they will be like, is it not our money? Shut up your mouth. Even if it's our money, it can decide to spend it. Nigeria is a place where the victims of bad governance will tell you that if a politician that steals their money uses it and somebody says, but it's our money now, the same Nigerian will say, but he can steal it now. What if he steals it? What are we going to do? Nigerians will tell themselves to be grateful. Be grateful that he didn't steal the money. You know? They say, okay, what if he steals the money? What do we go do? If he use the money and just steal the money, is that not what others do? Let us be happy. Let us be grateful. And the politician will be like, you get sense, Charade. Don't mind them. You know that I can steal the money, Abi, and nothing you can do. Yes, now, honorable, we know. Thank you so much. Thank you for being considerate. Thank you for being helpful. Thank you for being godly. Oh, you are such a man of God. That our money, that you could have stolen it, but you choose to be grateful to us. So to be gracious to us. Let us be grateful. Let's be grateful. That's the country. That's the place. So where are we going to start from? That's the question a lot of people are asking. It should start from all of una where they hear me every now and then. But unfortunately, when you realize some of you, when this thing enter the right ear, they don't come over the left ear. I wouldn't know if it is hunger or greed or selfishness that makes that happen. But that seems to be the experience. Because if you have been listening to me, we probably would have had enough people, enough army, people who are like enlightened, who knows the danger of what they are directly supporting or indirectly supporting. It would have been probably better than this. Now I'm already growing white beard, trying to worrying about what that future is. Abi, you think say this na fashion? Now stress you. Stress. The stress of, hey, I am a father. When I read it that school children were kidnapped, and there's nothing anyone can do than to negotiate and pay ransom to terrorists. And in most cases, I may never see my child again. As a father, I am worried. As a family man, I am worried for those I love. And this, my worry, has been from the moment I understood what Nigeria represents. I am glad that I'm bold enough to speak my mind and speak out today. And that is why, even if you are going to watch me on your screen, and you're going to watch me grow old, calling on you to join hands, drop your differences. They are not in your interest. You want Biafra, 100% you will get it. We want Yoruba nation without these criminals and their hirelings. Absolutely, we can get it. But we won't get a freedom when people's mind and people's thoughts are still in line with what they have been raised, born into, raised, and conditioned to believe. Abnormalities that they believe is normal. Okay? Fighting for politicians because they come from your tribe or practices the same religion as you is one act of ignorance, stupidity, including foolishness that you do need to educate your mind. It is self-destruct, self-injuriousy. It's like kind of killing yourself slowly and drinking poison and expecting not to die. That's exactly what a lot of you are doing. When you think you are defending criminal politicians, who doesn't really give a damn about you? They do not give a damn about you. Now, if you say you love them for being the type of political terrorists that they are, then you are a closest sadist, narcissistic, animal, and you can identify as that. We just do not want this poison to continue to spread. You cannot drink poison and expect somebody else to die. That is what has brought you the Agbadorians, the Agbadomighty, the bastards, the Bat idiots, the Buhari idiots, Thai barbarians, Buhari Danes, Buhari Diderins, the Buhari Denotus, the Buhari Dijatus, Buhari Shukus, the Ungoziaris, Unnek Haris, sophisticated morons of this world, humbled slaves of this world. I am talking to you, the crumb eaters, the crumb chasers, the ass lickers, the all risers. You are drinking poison and expecting somebody else to die. Bad governance is a stray bullet. It doesn't discriminate. Everyone will collect. If you still have your senses, it is ideal to pay attention to the danger that is lurking around you. Not even your criminal politicians will be spared. None of us will be spared. But we can spare ourselves and save ourselves from all of this using the availability of information that are there to help you and me. You cannot drink poison and expect somebody else to die. That is an act of foolishness, trust me. Ask those who said, when Tifnubu said, Emilokon is like Yoruba word, Emilokon, it is my turn. I will continue to remind every one of you every day. How many of Emilokon of this has now symbolizes that Yoruba Lokon? Some of you suddenly turned Emilokon to Yoruba Lokon. And I told you, this is not about Yoruba. It will be very stupid of you to continue to think that defending Emilokon or standing up or trying to shut people up is to protect Iwo Lokon. This is not you. Tifnumbu's Lokon, and it is Tifnumbu and his own cronies. Can you look around you? Unfortunately, the cronies who are also going to be or benefit like or loot and benefit like that of Pokuari's people, right? None of this wealth is going to in any way benefit any Yorubas or any part of Yoruba land. I say this with all sense of honesty and truthfulness. Look around you. Your politicians have been stealing and looting billions since 1999 in the earliest. Some of them claim to have businesses. They are building hotels. Yes, they are building hotels and building other things that never really add any real value, not even to the states they govern. Because most of them would rather use the same state resources to fund the business that is their own personal businesses. Politicians are building hospitals, private hospitals, right? And yet there are those who are also managing the public hospitals, only for public hospitals to die, and their own private unaffordable hospitals to continue to thrive. Yet they would never even use the hospitals. They build hospitals that they will never use. So when Tifnubu said Emilokon, he wasn't thinking about the young Yoruba children that will go to bed hungry every night. Certainly, he wasn't talking about the aged Yorubas
those pensioners that are not paid. I'm talking about your aged parents, your aged grandpas, those that, if not for you, they will be dead now. Those that have, they believe they served Nigeria in their youth. I'm talking about those that will confidently tell you, I gave Nigeria my youth. These were people who spend, who used their 35, 40, 50 years of their lives, believing that they were actually contributing or supporting a country that, when they are old, will take care of them. Look at them today. Nothing is Yoruba lokan. It is Tifnubu and his cronies lokan. As for the Shege, Gbogbo Nigeria lokan. Shege Bansa that everybody is feeling today is not sparing Yoruba. It's not even sparing you as a Muslim, Baba. Ramadan is coming. They are already telling you, Baba, aweti bawe nle. Fasting and prayer don't day before Ramadan will come. Baba, is that life? Is that something you are hoping and praying that it will turn? It won't. I promise you it won't. And when they are done, another set of people will come in and say, Awa lokon. And once it is Awa lokon again, that cycle of suffering continues. Do you really want that for your children, by the way? Like, are you thinking right now? Or you're just listening to me and laughing? Or you are Onyemu? That's fine. That's all right. But you will have it on record that I heard it on Maiyegun. I understand what is going on MaiyegundsDiary Politico. I am just the type that didn't know what to do anymore. That's fair. But you shouldn't be supporting what is put together to kill you. Something that is already programmed to kill us. And how do they kill us? When you can no longer afford your medical. You can't pay for your medical. Your children can't afford a decent meal. You're going to lose your home. You are going to lose your job. All these things they're not in your interest. They do not discriminate. They do not. So blood of these young people in Yoruba land, across Nigeria, they are blood that should continue to remind you of the danger. They are supposed to be your future, the future of tomorrow, our future of tomorrow. Now, your future of tomorrow are being starved today. They are being kidnapped and raped by terrorists that even if they are caught, they will be pardoned. They call the terrorists that are so powerful in Nigeria that they are forcing the hands of Nigerian government to actually negotiate by giving them land. That's our future. That's the future of our own children, right? Do you actually want that for your children without having a say in that? I am not saying that, Nigeria, everybody wants Nigeria to break up. I am saying that this future they say they are building, this scary future, don't you think this future that your own children are going to still be in, don't you think you have a right to be part of that and be part of those who are going to discuss it? That's where the problem is. They say we do not have any chance or any say. We only just have to obey. Obey is not negotiable. I'll leave you to that. And I want you to remember, over 800 women and children are currently in the captivity of the terrorists who kidnapped them. From Borno to Kaduna. Yes, to Benue. Kidnapped victims are in the captivity of their terrorist kidnappers who government is already making plan to pay. Okay. I hope you will remember that the president of the country and the rest of them, they are actually not even saying anything to you. All they have to say is that we will rescue them. And a lot of you still went to church today. What did you pray for today? Did you pray for Nigeria? Did you pray for peace? Or did you pray for the return of those children? Which of your gods did you call today? Which one did you call to protect you that should never happen to you and your family? I'll leave it with that. Yesterday's survivors are today's victims. Today's survivors are tomorrow's victims. You and I, whether we are living in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, we are just a moment, just one click, one news from that disaster. I will pray for you that while you are still here, where you still have the opportunity, you will, what do you call it? When you still have the opportunity, you will indeed do the right thing. I'll leave you with that. Thank you so much, and I'll see you later tonight. Good morning. good afternoon, and good evening to you. Thanks a lot.
Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun Diary láyé bí nọ́mbà wá. Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun Diary láyé bí nọ́mbà wá. Maiyegun ti dé o ọ̀rẹ́ ará ìlú. Maiyegun Diary láyé bí nọ́mbà wá. Lórí Facebook lórí YouTube. Maiyegun Diary láyé bí nọ́mbà wá. Gbogbo bó ṣe ń lọ ni Maiyegun já wa sí. Maiyegun Diary láyé bí nọ́mbà wá. Àṣírí ọ̀jẹ̀lú kì í bò níbẹ̀ o. Maiyegun Diary láyé bí nọ́mbà wá. Bó bá ṣe àní Maiyegun máa wí. Maiyegun Diary láyé bí nọ́mbà wá. Ó sì tún ṣe eré wàá gbọ́ níbẹ̀ o. Maiyegun Diary láyé bí nọ́mbà wá. Maiyegun Diary Politico. Maiyegun Diary láyé bí nọ́mbà wá. Godfatherism kò sí lọ́rọ̀ Maiyegun. Maiyegun Diary láyé bí nọ́mbà wá. Ẹ farabalẹ̀ sẹ́ o kẹgọ́rọ̀ lẹ́nu o. Maiyegun Diary láyé bí nọ́mbà wá. Àní Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Maiyegun Diary láyé bí nọ́mbà wá. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Lórí Facebook. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Lórí YouTube. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Bọ́ bàbá gbé wúrẹ́. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Ijó ìgbádìyẹ. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Pẹ̀sìdó bá rúfin o. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Kí gómìnà kówó jẹ. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọlọ́pàá tí ń darí bá. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Aṣòfin tí ń rúfin o. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Òpùrọ́ olóṣèlú. Maiyegun máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran o. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran. Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀. Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò fẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Oníkan ṣáàtì ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe fáwọn ará ìlú tó gbé wọn débẹ̀ o. Ayé. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran. Kì máa yí ṣeré, ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣẹ̀fẹ̀. bá ti lè lẹ́bọ̀ lẹ́rù o ọmọ bá dèrò kàṣà ìtú wọn sí.
For those who know Bulama Bukati, read this tweet.
And yes, right. Níjó ìgbádùn yẹn. And yes, right. And yes, right.
In Kaduna.
Ọlọ́pàá tí ń darí fa ayé ẹ̀sùn náà aṣòfin tí ń fi òwò ayé ẹ̀sùn náà òwúrọ̀ olóṣèlú.
To ensure that the pieces of information that are hidden inside two different budgets, and that is one padded, one unpadded.
Lórí YouTube. Níjó ìgbádùn yẹn.
As you are still watching this video right now, over 800 women and children have been kidnapped in Nigeria. Even though Kolu is promising them that they will rescue them, I promise you, apart from them planning to pay ransom, even though the terrorists are yet to make demands, 800 human beings kidnapped, and the country seems to just be moving on. So Kolu said he will rescue them. Of course, we will get to know. Motide. So good morning to you once again. Good afternoon to you, and good evening to you from wherever you are watching from. It is Maiyegun live. Thank you so much for joining me once again. However, if you have liked the broadcast, share it, and then yes, you've invited your friends and maybe not so friendly friends too. I want to say thank you to you. So let's get down to it. One of the northern senators in Nigeria, called Senator Ningi, Abdul Ningi, just raised an alarm. Even though this is not really backed with any, numerical evidence yet. But according to him, looking at the copy of the budget signed by Tifnumbu that he believes they are currently implementing, and the copy given to them that they actually debated on and passed, they are two different copies. Okay? And according to him, so far so good. They have this, he has discovered over 3 trillion naira as padded. And you know what they do in Nigeria. I have said this many times as well, especially every time they come up with their bogus budget. I've done my best to ensure that the pieces of information that are hidden inside them and what to expect from them, I have done my best in the past to kind of get to see all the lies and the fraud hidden in them. Well, we are waiting for the detail of the padded part, but this is how they normally do it in Nigeria. You see, they will write budget, and the budget is, we are going to buy this teacup, and this teacup is going to cost us 1 naira each. Originally in the market, it will cost maybe 90 kobo, or let's say 1 naira.
Now, the budget says they need 100 of these. That should normally be 100 naira for 100 teacup, Abi. So the padded part is that once the executive submits their budget proposal to the National Assembly, each committee of the National Assembly will begin to now take on ministry, department, and all of that, and their budget. So they'll begin to scrutinize one of them and others, questioning what they want to buy in that ministry or what they don't want to. Now, in the process, they have the opportunity to insert some of what even the criminal executive forgot to add. They would. So, example, teacup, 100 naira for 100 pieces. By the time these criminals, the National Assembly, will come up with their own estimate and budget, they will now budget this for maybe 10 naira each. You know, they need 100. They will now budget for 1,000 of it. So 10 naira times 1,000, that is 10,000 naira. Remember, all they need is 100 naira for 100 copies or 100 cups. So when the budget is passed that way, they will now begin to chase those ministries, parastatals, and the rest of them by saying, listen, for us to approve yours, you must agree that this is part of your budget too. So that when they start releasing money, they will start chasing them. Okay? They will now be the one to say, oh, my company will supply the teacup. Remember, you only said you needed teacup of 100 naira. I kind of increased it to 10,000. It has been, 5,000 has been approved. There's a room for 4,900 naira profit. So let's cut a deal. That's why you will see your senators, your lawmakers, they are also contractors. When you look at their constituency projects, you will realize that they are the owners of the construction companies. Any budget, any project, because they have been part of it from the onset. They have inserted the money in it, and it has to come to them. And that's why you will see hundreds of billions of naira expended on what they call the constituency project. But yet, you do not have any real constituency project. It's uniform. They all get paid because those projects, they are not to exist. It's the adjustment as conduit pipe. How everybody is milking and strawing from your commonwealth. So padding the budgets like that, 10,000 here, or let me put it this way, 10 million here, 100 million there, 50 million, to the point that they will submit project proposal for areas that does not exist at all in Nigeria. And they will create them and they will put them inside that budget and they will get paid for it. Okay? So that is why after they expend more than 70% on recurrent expenditures, you know what I mean, like their salaries, their cars and all of their luxuries they enjoy and all of that stuff they put in, recurrent. Those things don't add anything to Nigeria. They are just like money you spend and blew away. The remaining 30% that they said they are dedicating for infrastructural development, this development and that, all those lies, they still end up in private pockets because they have already created their venue for all of that, including the defense, your security, your generals. They are multi-billionaires. They gave themselves general this, commander that, but they've never actually really fought any war. Any territorial war to defend Nigeria from any external aggression. Nigeria has been under the terrorist establishment for the past 15 years, as in non-stop. But your generals are giving themselves promotions. Colonel, captain, general, 2-star general, 5-star general. And guess what? Nigerians are being kidnapped every day. But when you look at your defense budget, it is 1/3 of your entire budget. The money that could have gone into real development, paying the workers, the real living wage. All this money ended up being channeled into the man-made problems, insecurity, poverty. They are all man-made. They are being channeled there. And the little they promise to even use in, constructing your local clinics, the primary health care, the primary education, and all those things that are really essential for a country that indeed has any future. So all that money ended up in private pockets, all gone. And then you wait for the next one. So by the time they put 10 million here, 20 million there, 50 million there, 100 million, 500 million, 1 billion, at the end of the day, the chunk of the entire 28 trillion budget, 1/3 of it is going to private pockets of these leaches. And that is why you will never see those who are not part of APC stand up and stand firm to stop this, as they are supposed to be opposition in Nigeria. You are supposed to have all of these other political parties who have their representatives as member of National Assembly. They know all these things I am saying to you. And that is why the moment your charade election is over, they quickly begin to align, because they want to be member of this committee, and that other committee. All these committees are committees that oversee your budget. The only thing they are there for. And after that, they have already created their own SPV, special purpose vehicles. These are all these, never paying taxes. Those companies that never pay taxes. They are owned by politicians. These are regular people who take all the contracts for jobs that will never be executed. And every year, all they have to do is what? Just to rinse it and repeat it. That is why you will see the street light for your construction of the street light in your area approved. 100 million naira to construct solar panel street light in your area. You are seeing it in the budget. You have seen it approved. The next thing, you will see them. They will come and put billboard in your area and say they want to do street light. You are waiting for them, but guess what? The money is gone. And by the time you come next year again, your street light, in the budget for your street lights is back in the budget. This time around, it has increased. And guess who is going to get it again? The same person who got it last year that didn't do it. It will be the same person. And that is what you will see here, and there. All over Nigeria. That's how you won't see any PDP fight APC over anything. Rather, they will say, let us set up committee. They will set up committee. They will do some drama. They will do some show off and all of that. You get some sound bite from whatever they have to say. After that, everything gone back to status quo. So you are pretty much encouraging those who have ganged up to rip you off and possibly take your lives. And that is what you are doing, encouraging them every time you think you have a position or any belief in these rogues. That is what you are enabling. You are enabling those whose only aim and mission, because if you think they don't know the consequences of what they are doing, they do. And that is why when you started screaming, we are hungry, they decided to tell you that, okay, yeah, you have some food. After having food, what happened to the other things? You can wait for them while you watch them. So at the end of the day, you will see 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 5 trillion going into the free money, going into the pocket of the people that are calling you unpatriotic. They said you are not patriotic. You are supposed to be a Nigerian. You are supposed to be proud of your this or that. A proud Nigerian. While those who consider themselves as the fortunate one, the fortunate ones who have access to what you are praying for. And it is not because they earn it. It is simply because they are criminals who stole them from you, but at the same time offering help to you. This is how I rate it. The hunger will continue because the money that should go to the real sector to kick kickstart your economy, they are all being channeled into the private pocket of these leeches. You will be reading lovely projects, as you call them, on fine prints, glossy papers, amazing billboards, like this one, like that, fancy billboards. They said, you and I believe, somebody put this out too, what he did before. Waiting Tifnumbu do, waiting he did before. And they said he can do it better now, that you should support him. You see, the person who put up this billboard will be one of those beneficiary of the ISPV, God knows, in those padded budget of 2024. There are those who actually monitors the content for their own benefit. Okay? And that is why the money that is meant to go into the pocket of farmers to improve farming will go straight into the private pocket of fake businesses who are suddenly, you know what they do? Because they are the ones who see all the, the amount put in front of every project in the budget. You will now see all of them as contractors. You will see, as just government contractors, senators, House of Reps, PAs, ministers, essays, all of them have one business or the other. The most fanciful one is the media job. You understand? It's like, there is always money to be channeled towards that, to help us launder our image, make us continue to look better to these people who are hoping on us, where they are looking up to us. They know you are, because to them, what they believe you are looking up to them for is possibly crumb, just anything, to have mercy on you, to bless you. If I could just meet this senator now, make this senator just bless me. Make I just meet this governor. Imagine if this governor just bless you, you and your family, you will never be poor again. And that is what they have made you. And this is how they made it. Okay? The money that should go into critical sectors that could have improved lives, they ended up in what? In private pockets. And since they continue to get rewarded by you who love to defend them, then why do you think they would want to change? These are unrepentant ones, right? So yes, allegation has been made. The money meant for the 2024 budget, which at first, for your own understanding, Nigeria has no money right now. Nigeria has no money to fund our budget. Before Tifnumbu came, under Bokuwari, they were using 95% of Nigeria's revenue. Revenue includes all the taxes, and everywhere they got money. They are using those money to to finance their their debt. They were using service. That's the word. They were using 95% of Nigeria's entire revenue to service debt, not to pay back the debt, just servicing it, like paying that late payment fee. The entire revenue of a country, the supposed giant of Africa, or the crippled giant of Africa. This was under Bokuwari. Tifnumbu that sort of championed that, the jagun for Bokuwari, at least just for some of you might just feel like, what are you saying? This was Tifnumbu in what do you call it? In 2023, when he confirmed that if not for him, Bokuwari will never be your president. So he's proud to have made him your president, and he didn't hide that. And that's why he said it was his turn, not your turn to prosper, not your turn to be safe, not your turn to have a country that you can actually say you are a citizen of. No, it is his turn and his cronies. He said that just less than 2 years ago. Okay, so the same Tifnumbu who hasn't really sort of told you the truth, okay, hiding or running away from it will never make it disappear. I hope you know that, right? Now, we don't know how much money Nigeria is using to service their debts now. Bokuwari printed 27.5 trillion naira, $50 billion. Nobody knows where is the money. Nobody knows what they use the money for. But we know those who got the money. They are still there parading themselves as those who are trying to find solution to your problems. Aramco oil, which is the Saudi Aramco. Saudi Aramco is like the Nigeria NNPC. This evening, they declared that throughout 2023, they made a profit of over $121 billion. Profit too. That's not the total sale crude oil they sold though. It's like projection. For example, if to say Nigeria is a real place and not say what these rogues have made it, these unrepentant criminals, yeah? In Saudi Arabia, they have their own national oil company managing all of their oil and natural gas resources and every business around it. Now, let's say the barrel of crude oil is projected to be, for example, $70. And Saudi producing about 2 million barrels a day, selling it over 2 million barrels a day. They believe that with that, they will make so amount of money. However, the price of crude oil in market changed. For example, increased to, let's say, $110 per barrel. So that automatically gives the projection of Saudi, despite the fact that they have projected how much they will sell, not only that they will meet the target of the money they expect in that year, it simply means they have also made profits of $40 on each barrel of crude oil they sold. This is the money they declared as profits now. Among other things, they kind of sold within their oil and gas investments. Now, $121 billion. That could have been Nigeria. Because you know something, if to say the over 700,000 barrels of crude oil that was being stolen under Bokuwari, if they are not being stolen, that simply means whenever Nigeria said they are using a oil benchmark, there's something Nigeria uses for their budget. So let me explain that. They call it benchmark. Now, oil benchmark means, let's say the crude oil is sold for $50 per barrel. And Nigeria believes that without any disruption, insecurity to their oil production, they will be producing 1.8 million barrels a day. Now, 1.8 million barrels at $50. Nigeria will now calculate that for the next 6 months, then another 6 months. So the first 6 months is to say, if nothing changes, we are expecting so amount of billions of dollars. For example, let's say we are expecting $60 billion in the next 6 months. If crude oil remains sold at $50 per barrel, now they can now go back to their, no thieving, no nothing, I'm saying now they can now go back to their drawing board and plan the 6-month plan for within their budget. Now they will have enough money to put into the security for police, recruiting teachers, training them, recruiting medical practitioners and training them and all of that stuff. They will have enough money for that. Now within that 6 months, okay, they can say we expect $60 billion. Meanwhile, if the price of crude oil suddenly jumped to $100 per barrel, that simply means not only that will Nigeria meet their targets at $50 per barrel, $50 per barrel at 1.8 million barrels per day. Not only that they will meet their 60 billion expectation, they will also have excess of 60 billion the first half of the year. Now, if that remains for full year, Nigeria projection may be 60 billion first half, 60 billion second half. That's $120 billion expected if nothing affects their production and all that. No corruption, okay? Now, this is their projection. But crude oil is now sold for $100 per barrel. What that means is that Nigeria will make $240 billion. Now, Nigeria can then declare profits like Saudi Aramco and say Nigeria made profits of $120 billion in 2023. That $120 billion will now be your own excess crude money. That will be the money that will be for your strengthening of your currency. And at the same time, you will meet your budget expectation. What you budget for education, you will meet it. What you budget for infrastructure, you will meet them. Everything you budget for, you will meet them. You not only that you will meet them, you will surpass them. This is just simply on oil and gas. So I have not spoken about VAT or tax. I've not spoken about other taxes they generate, because there are revenue generating agencies in Nigeria like custom, immigration, a few of them like that, who actually generate money. Tariffs they collect. When you put all of this together, they can come together and say, oh, if we expect 120 billion from crude oil dollars, we may not even need to touch that money. Now, we are expecting 120 billion. We got 240 billion. That's so much, Abi, in a single year. Now, you may not even need to spend more than 100 billion of that dollars. And you will be able to save more than 100 billion. You see that $100 billion, that could be given to those who are still doing importation and all of that stuff to continue to maintain the currency inflow in your country aside, right? Meanwhile, your own generated revenue within the country, you will have excess fund that will go into a lot of production, manufacturing, improved in electricity, and all of that. But do you see what corruption denied you? Now, Nigeria is barely making, one second. Nigeria is barely making peanuts, because the largest part of that, all that liquid natural gas, crude oil, they have already been systematically channeled into the private pockets, to the point that they even privatized NNPC. And they sold shares to themselves as the owners of the Nigerian oil, who are now selling it, and they will remove their own share to pay their shareholders before they will give you anything else, the rest of the country. And a lot of educated people who have no clue how this whole entire commonwealth of Nigeria supposedly has been shared, and there is no revenue coming from it anymore, to the point that Nigeria had to resort to begging. Are you listening? Nigeria had to resort to begging, borrowing. And any country that borrows for consumption, borrows to buy cars, to build palaces, and all of that stuff, they are automatically planning towards their entire citizens sorrowing. When you borrow to enjoy, you will sorrow at the end of it. That's exactly what these guys are doing. And they are also telling you, you need to give them chance. You need to give them time. They are working hard for you. But when we ask you, can you name all this work that you see they are working for you to improve your economy, to improve your lives, not only to say they are awarding road this, road that, which are the easy avenue where all of their inflated contracts and the money laundering, this is where it is happening. That is why they are building, or they are mounting blocks as schools, hospitals, with no equipment, with no teachers, with no doctors. More or less like mortuaries, glorified mortuaries. Go in there. When you come out, you go in there with headache. You come out with pneumonia. Abi pneumonia. So they continue to build that in that place, and they continue to take their investment elsewhere. They are collaborating with their foreign partners, who are also economic saboteurs, those who are helping them to steal from you and launder the money. The development to nowhere. You get what I mean? So yeah, they said that is causing an issue, by the way. And we hope we are going to get more. Of course, we will get more from that. Then that will take us to this. The women of, what do you call it? The women of Kaduna. You're talking about those who were taken in Kuriga. Now, just for those who might need to please understand that the school kidnapping or kidnapping of school children, the first one that came to limelight was when the Chibok girls were kidnapped in Borno State. So a quick one, just for those who might want to, you have heard about Chibok, Abi. Let me quickly give you a backstory because Stockholm Syndrome is a pandemic in Nigeria. You hear? The governor of Borno State, when the Chibok girls were kidnapped, is a shitty man who is now the vice president to Tifnumbu. They said it was the time the school children were sitting for their WAEC examination, West African Examination Council examination. So, and a lot of the students were called into their dormitory into their hostel so that they would be there throughout the sitting for the examination. Then security report came. Werewike was the minister for education or minister of education at the time. So Werewike wrote a letter to the governor of Borno State, shitty man, to tell him that they have received a report that Boko Haram were planning to kidnap school children during the WAEC examination. And in the areas like Chibok, a Christian community in Borno State is a primary target. So because of this, the federal government in that Werewike's letter said they are planning to move some of them to the state capital to sit for the examination, or to postpone the examination until when the security situation improves. Shetima wrote back to Werewike and said, "We do not give in to fear. The terrorists can plan and all that, but the children will be safe." He has been working with the local security authority and the rest that will provide security for all the students, all the children. These two letters are publicly available if you are interested in looking for them. Now, that was the end of it. A week after that, the news broke. Chibok, Boko Haram they have kidnapped school children. It was unbelievable. It was fake news. No, it's real. Fake news. Real. 2014. Immediately, the news broke from the report. The federal government of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan called shitty man. That is it true that there's been some mass kidnapping of school children in Borno State, in Chibok, in which shitty man said, yes, but the girls have been rescued. That some of them escaped and they have been rescued. All of these are publicly available. Just so you remember, they are all publicly available. This information is publicly available. But things changed a few hours later, which was more or less hours after the girls have been moved. Meanwhile, while everybody was wondering how that was possible to kidnap over 300 school children and only 25 or so escaped, and about 5 of them also were killed. So how did that happen? How could that even happen? Where you have all the military fighting Boko Haram in that part, that must have had some collaboration. And we were right. But we didn't know it was a long game. A long game for 2015 that will later usher in the Fulani terrorists. We did not know that kidnapping school children at the time was actually the kickoff of what will later befall Nigeria under APC. We did not know that they went around all Africa countries to tell the Fulanis that they should all assemble at the borders of Nigeria because something is about to happen. If Goodluck Egbere Jonathan failed to concede, whether he win or lost, whether he won or lost, they will invade Nigeria and make Nigeria ungovernable. They were making open threats, ladies and gentlemen. But the twist followed the following week when people were still not sure whether they were kidnapped or not. Goodluck Egbere Jonathan was relying on Shitty Man, the man that will later go and meet Obama and the Obamas inside the White House in America. And he was teary. He was crying. He said he was abandoned. He said he told them that it is not safe. And Goodluck Jonathan abandoned them. When he was calling Jonathan, when the girls were kidnapped, Jonathan did not pick up the call because he was drunk. They said Jonathan was drunk when the girls were kidnapped. And guess what? They rode on it. Of course he must be drunk. Where was he? Maybe it was this. He's been drinking ogogoro. He's been this or that. And everybody couldn't believe it. It was like Kool-Aid. And it worked. Of course it worked. Some of the girls that were later interviewed, some of them who got released, said when they were kidnapped from their dormitory in the middle of the night, they were marched into the bush, into the forest. But there were actually trucks, buses that conveyed them, all of them, into different parts of Borno State. In fact, they said some of them were killed when the Nigeria Air Force came and they bombed the building and they didn't know some of the girls were in that building. And that is why you will never see many of them. They used Chibok girls for politics just to seek and seize power in Nigeria. That's what they did. And it worked for them. They got the power and they destroyed Nigeria. After Chibok, the next was the GSS, Dapchi in Yobe State. The following, after that, you had the FGGC, Federal Government Girls College, Jangebe in Zamfara State. After that, you had the Federal Girls Government College, Yahuri in Bauchi, in Kebbi State. After that was a GSS. That was in Kankara, Katsina State, Bukwari State. GSC. Kagara in Niger State. After that was a Sangaya School in Tegina, Niger State. Federal University of Dusen. That's in Dusema rather. That was in Katsina State. After that was Federal University Gusau, Zamfara State. After that was a School of Forestry, Kaduna. After that was a Greenfield University, Kaduna. After that was a Bethel Baptist School, Kaduna. After that was a COE, Gidanwaya, Kaduna. After that was a Kaduna State Polytechnic. After that was a Apostolic Faith School, Ekiti. Well, that is under Tifnumbu. After that was a Leah Primary School, Kuriga, in Kaduna. And now, in Sokoto yesterday, that was in Sangaya School, in Sokoto. Kidnapping school children, university students, what do you call that one? NYSC corpers. These have become regulars. That people are no longer alarmed. In fact, the entire world seems not to even possibly care like they cared during the Chibok. 847 women and children were kidnapped at three different locations, 3 different states in Nigeria in the last 1 week. And some of you are still keeping your pray for Palestine, pray for Israeli, pray for Ukraine, pray for Russia, pray for this, pray for that on your bio, on your avis, your profile pictures, your background pictures. They are praying for Israel. They are praying for Palestine. They are praying for Russia, Ukraine, and all the places that a lot of you have considered yourself as exposed to what is happening all over the world. But when you try and look down, you can see the entire mess and the stench of the entire mess you are actually wallowing and swimming in. You are swimming against the tide, and you are not noticing, are you? I just thought I should say it. Somebody said, pray for Russia. It be like say you never meet Nigerians who are fighting themselves. Nigerians where they support Israel. Nigerians where they support Palestine. It's like you have not met them. They are watching me too. In fact, there are some of my followers here that if they want, what will easily trigger them to the point that this Maiyegun can suddenly turn to devil. The devil, like say, it go be like say, I get emoji of devil, like this is your beautiful Maiyegun. Abi, there are some of you here that, if I say something about Israel, or I say something about Palestine, Abi Gaza, or you haven't seen those when they start fighting themselves about Ukraine and Russia. You know they follow politics. When Nigerians are standing with Paris, standing with this one, standing with that one, and they will begin to tell you how important this place is to the world, how very, very important is this one to this, how this one is that. But yes, yet, they are those who are living through the danger that doesn't even give them any special sort of preference. Some of you say, Maiyegun, let me tell you something. If you don't know something, you need to learn. People, they tell me, Nigerian, in ghetto, he was angry with me, okay? Because I said, Hamas, no be Palestine. Hamas, no be this, They come hear story. Some of them are ready to teach me the history of Israel. They are ready to teach me the history of Palestine. The killings there. And now when it started, some even went on to go and write their PhD on how Palestine was cheated, how Israel was cheated, how this one was that. But none of them is interested in the tribal and ethnic and religious Olympics. In fact, the enmity that exists in Nigeria today, religious-wise, is because of the loyalty of Nigerians to Israeli at Palestine. But when it comes to Katsina, when it comes to Angonoma, they call all this Adugbos. When it comes to Chibok, Dapchi, Jangebe, Yahuri, Kankara, Kagara, Sangaya, Dusema, Guso, which one is that? Kaduna. Those who are the same thing, Kaduna, Gidanwaya, those who are, all these people, including those who are in Kuriga. When I talk about these places, they are not interested. They are not genuinely interested. They are only interested in the histories that told them that they are superior. You are not superior. You always think that you are born to rule. Look at an average northerner, for example, where those who have ruined Nigeria in the last 63 years, 47 years of that 63 years was done by the criminals, dead and alive, are from northern Nigeria. Northern Nigeria is the region that puts Nigeria on the map as the poverty capital of the world. Poverty, only naked poverty. You go see I'm like naked fire. Are you with me? And when I say poverty, I'm talking about human capital development, where people, you know what I mean? And all of these things about when they talk about child mother mortality rates, you know, women who are pregnant, some of them who will die while giving birth, right? Children that will die before they celebrate their 5th year. All of these are from northern Nigeria. Malnutrition, kwashiorkor, and different diseases, communicable diseases, they call them. All of these are still existing in northern Nigeria, putting Nigeria on the map. They are spread, you know. I'm not saying they don't exist elsewhere. They exist everywhere in Nigeria. But where you have 80% of this is from northern Nigeria, even though the rest of you are catching up now. Abi? You're catching up. Because we now have some of those who are like the voluntary or voluntary slaves, Oshogbo Alimajiris. But yet, the power didn't serve them. That's the point I am trying to make. The power never served the North or anybody from there who is not part of their elites. But you will see a northerner. They've told him, you are born to rule. We are born to rule. That northerner that is selling groundnut, he can become governor tomorrow. They continue to say that to themselves. And that northerner that is an Almajirio is believing that too. Yes, yes. There are those who are Almajiri too. They are leaders today. I'm waiting for the day of my own turn. But because I am born to rule, he's not looking at the millions that are dying before they can even attempt to be chancellor in any part of northern Nigeria. They are not looking at that because they have been made to believe. And the rest are believing that, you know, you think you are born to rule. Do you think you are better than me? Do you think you are better? You this kiniko. Now, while you are busy with that, instead of educating yourselves, a lot of you are also busy with learning, histories of all those places that do not make you really smart. Do you understand that now? Because smart people are those who can sense and see the danger they are in. And they thrive, they do everything to change it. You change your own destiny, you change the destiny of others too. Over 800 people are currently in captivity. No idea. Okay? But partly, here is part of what is trending out there, where one of the elite in Nigeria, Herbert Wigwe, I spoke about him earlier today, the Access Bank guy who died in a plane crash in America, okay? His friends, mostly politicians, you know, they are all business, they are all partners. When politicians, when they loot your money, the bankers help them to clean the money and they collect their share. For example now, what's that guy's name again? Tony Elumelu, the owner of, is he the owner? The owner of UBA is the guy who brokered the deal between Tifnumbu's government and the Afrexim Bank. The Afrexim Bank was to provide $3.3 billion liquid cash to Tifnumbu so that he can use it to defend the Naira. Imagine somebody getting 3 billion to defend you so that you can be strong. So it was this Tony Elumelu who brokered the deal, and he collected his 5% of the entire money. That's the first part. He's also going to get about 15, his own, his own bank. They are going to get like about 15% of what is still to come. And what is that? Tony Elumelu is supposed to be a Nigerian. He's a businessman. He's making his money, you will say, Abi, but he's not making any clean money. He's making money from a rotten system that easily just, it's pretty much like, come and take it. Just take. It's there, just take. If I'm not taking it, another person will take it. So what do you want me to do? So he went on to make a deal with the Afrexim Bank, where Nigeria will use $12 billion worth of crude oil as a collateral to collect $3.3 billion liquid cash. Now they have given them $2 billion of that money. Think of what the 5% of the entire thing is for Elumelu's bank. It will run into millions of dollars. So at the end of the day, even the one that they are telling you that they pay them and they are using it to defend the Naira, there's some amount of that they will actually tell him, your bank can also have access to it too. You are a friend of the, you are a true Nigerian. You are a Nigerian that is working to make sure that Nigeria is a great country. Elumelu will walk about and they will tell you, oh, Elumelu, you know how many people Elumelu employed? They employed them as bankers not to make any of your country better. They are those behind all the money laundering, all of this forex, round tripping and the rest of that. The collapse of Nigeria economy. Those are the friends. Those are the friends of the politicians. Do you understand that? So Elumelu will now make, God knows, maybe 15% from the $12 billion crude oil. If Nigeria doesn't pay back the $3.3 billion by 2029, no, 2028, 5 years, Tinubu must pay back 3.3 billion plus interest. If he can't pay it back, the collateral means Afrexim Bank can bring somebody or bring people to begin to extract 167 million barrels of crude oil. That's the amount of worth of collateral. That's what Tinubu gave them. 167 million barrels of crude oil to collect 3.3 billion. For today's price, that is going to be $12 billion. But in 5 years' time, that could be $30 billion worth. And there is no chance for anybody to say, oh, you are going to be there when they start drilling it. And then somebody will tell them once they take the 167 million barrels. Now, if I ask you, what do you think the $2 billion they collected already? Where do you think they have spent that? And where have you seen that in your economy? Has your Naira gone back to 700 Naira now? Binance is gone. Abi? So has that reduced your Naira? Has the $2 billion reduced your Naira? Are you even aware of the $2 billion? Are you? Now they are waiting for 1.3 billion extra. In 5 years' time, if they don't pay them back, they will come and take those oil. And they could sell that for more than 30 billion. And Nigeria will have to look away. That is $30 billion plus the $3 billion that these guys collected and they did not use it in your country at all. That will make it $33 billion or more. That will just go straight into private pockets and all of them. And it is business. This is the type of deal. And that's why Tinubu went to Qatar telling them that they can come and take all your natural resources, whatever they want. They are welcome. Okay? As long as they will give them money. So that those of you who are tomorrow's leaders, you will have nothing, absolute nothing, but indebtedness, poverty, and this stigmatization that we face all over the world. I saw a video of a man who was visiting America. I don't know if you have seen the video. A video of a man who was a Nigerian visiting America just recently. And he was stopped. And they told him, they said, well, there are some countries that we have to be very careful and we have to scrutinize them before they enter this America. Nigeria is one of them. We need to know what is inside of you. Because we believe Nigeria is a place where people smuggle drug, because they are going through financial family problems. They are looking for a way out, and somebody will offer them to swallow pellets of drugs and bring it to America. You see, these border guards, officers who were interviewing him, they were very nice and kind, but you could see the shame of that stigma of somebody who probably hasn't done anything wrong. At the end of it, right? It was let go, right? And it's just told them, it's like, well, I'm a God-fearing man, blah, 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 blah. But that experience, the trauma will leave him with PTSD for the rest of his life. And there are many of you like that. Many, many of us who are going to experience that. You get that? So the rogues who are doing this, unrepentant criminals. So they met at one of them's burial. And they were talking about how, how it was so great, it was this, it was that, he supports people, he helped them, la 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 la. But just because they are somewhere they could see one of them, an elite who has made so much money and has done so well for himself, then a tragedy struck. Himself, his wife, and his son. They died in a plane crash. Tragedy. For Nigerian politicians, there is no time for sober reflection for them. They do not fear God. They do not fear any religion. They do not have any allegiance to any tribe, ethnic, or what have you. You are the deluded one that think because they come from your tribe or they appear to be practicing the same religion, your faith, definitely they have something in common with you. And therefore you could trust them. They do not. These guys do not fear any death. They do see themselves, many of them who are suffering and suffering through different health problems. And they know, they are aware of that. Sometimes they do see the end of those before them, how they ended. That does not make them feel like anything is anything. So those of you who are thinking that maybe these same guys should fear God enough that if they die, where they will end, they do not give a damn. I actually want to listen to this man's message, talking about an entity, a country overtaken by criminals, and they are now entrenching criminality left, right, and center. I want you to listen to this first, and I will take you to Wigwe's burial, where Akpabiole and then the Fubara guy had a bit of a show off. Yeah, if you don't mind.
Of leadership integrity in nation building and national stability and prosperity. For I have become more convinced today than ever before that leadership debauchery and elite idiocy will ruin any nation, no matter how perfect the political structure and governance blueprints that they adopt. Leadership debauchery and elite idiocy will ruin any nation, no matter how perfect the political or structural blueprint that they adopt. And it has been well established by social scientists that the collapse of powerful civilizations is hardly ever precipitated by external attack, but instead by internal decay, or what the ancient mystics call due to the want of order in the soul. The want of order in the soul. Let me use passages of the Judeo-Christian scriptures to illustrate the point. We read in Proverbs 14:34 that righteousness exalts a nation, but that sin is a reproach to any people. Proverbs 29:2, we read that when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked rule, the people groan. Proverbs 29:4 says, it is by justice that a king gives stability to a land. And Proverbs 29:18 says, where there is no vision, the people perish. Some translations render this verse, Proverbs 29:18, as, quote, where there is no leadership integrity, the people do perish. What this means is that leadership integrity is fundamental and critical to national development, national unity, and national peace and prosperity. Or that the socio-economic and political fortunes of a people are tied up to the integrity or lack thereof of its leaders. This idea is very well illustrated in the history of Israel. When they had good leaders like Joshua and David and Hezekiah and Nehemiah and Ezra, they conquered their enemies. They experienced restoration and they enjoyed peace and prosperity. But when they had leaders who lacked integrity and the fear of God, like Saul and Jeroboam and Rehoboam and Ahab, etc., they were easily defeated by the enemies who went ahead to loot and pillage their resources. In one case, Israel was not only conquered by their adversaries, they were expelled from their land and deported to Babylon for 70 years. Now, to illustrate the point further, there is this report in the book of Sirach or Ecclesiasticus, chapter 47, verse 23 to 25, that, I quote, Solomon rested with his ancestors, leaving one of his stock as his successor, the stupidest member of the nation, brainless Rehoboam, whose policy drove the nation to rebel. Next, Jeroboam, son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin and set Ephraim on the way of evil. From then on, their sins multiplied so excessively as to drive them out of their country, for they tried every kind of wickedness until vengeance overtook them. Recall that, as is recorded in the 12th chapter of the first book of Kings, it was Rehoboam who succeeded his father Solomon as king of Israel and Judah. When he ascended the throne, the elder of Israel went to him and complained about how hard life had been under his father, King Solomon, saying, "Your father made our yoke heavy. Now, therefore, we beg you, please lighten the hard service of your father and his heavy yoke that he placed on us, and we will serve you." Rehoboam's counselors advised him on how to respond to the elders with compassion, but he disregarded the advice of his counselor, and instead he told the elders, let me quote, "My father beat you with whips, but I will beat you bloody with chains." When the elders of Israel heard the response of King Rehoboam, they resolved to separate themselves from the kingdom of David. So they shouted, "To your tents, O Israel. Now look to your tents, O David." This was the beginning of the disintegration of the kingdom that was united under David and Solomon. Now, brothers and sisters, friends, what the above scriptures tell us, and what has been sufficiently demonstrated in human history and in our own recent national trajectory, is that the socio-economic and political fortunes of a people often hang peremptorily on the integrity or lack of integrity of its leaders. Where there is moral integrity among the ruling class, the people make economic progress and experience stability and peace. But where the leaders are illegitimate, corrupt, unjust, immoral, lacking in credibility, the people suffer economic stagnation, social discourse, and eventual collapse. As we gather here today for one more brainstorming session on the imperative of evolving new governance structures for Nigeria, I wish to remind the respected patriots, elder statesmen and women, legislators, political scientists, governance experts, as well as civil society activists here present, that though we all seem to agree that the prevailing political structures in our nation are not working for the people, though we all seem to agree that there is an urgent need for revisioning, for reconfiguring, and for restructuring of the Nigerian nation, nations, however, are built primarily and fundamentally on values, and not on the quality of political or structural blueprints they embrace, nor on the abundance of material resources, as indeed the post-independence Nigeria experiment has demonstrated. Nation building.
I know you all have a lot to say. Indeed, if you listen there, or if you comprehend that very well, right? What he started with, okay, is to use the Bible historical illustrations, then to bring that into the Nigeria reality of today. The progress, success of any country or any nation depends on the quality of their leaders. The economic stagnation that Nigeria has been experiencing in the last 8 years is due to the is due to the quality of your leaders. You need to own it. It's not about Israel. It's not about, you need to look beyond that now, please. Okay? But here is an example. in a church in River State where Wigwe was being, what do you call that thing, for his wake keep. And the Nigerian useless politicians, especially Akpabiole, decided to dance naked in public. Not because it's for anybody's benefit or anybody's benefit other than just to your own entertainment and maybe shock. It was, according to them, it was Fubara who first fired the first shot. I want to quickly put this up, okay? So that we can go to the next one before the last one, all right? Here was the beginning of that chat that has been making rounds on the social media, by the way.
Life all about. Yesterday night, we sang a hymn. It's a fading away like a star in the morning. And I come to a conclusion that life is not the 1 million years that we live. But even if we spend an hour, let the hour be impactful. Here lies our brother, his wife, and the son. Everyone has come to celebrate them. It means even the short period that he lived an impactful life. He has made a great contribution to humanity. And that takes me to the next question. And this one has to do with our political class. What is all this struggle all about? You want to kill, you want to bury. What is it all about? This is a man. He's not a politician. He made his money through us, our investment. He has the world in his palm, financially. He controls even the political classes. But today, with all the power financially, couldn't control life. Is it not enough for us to ask ourselves, why are we struggling? Why are we not making impact in the life of our people? Please, political classes, let's go home with that question and be answering it in our minds and reflecting it in what we do. Let me especially thank my brother, the governor of Lagos State. I feel a bit unhappy because he took over the shine. He's been very supportive to this program right from the first day. Throughout the program in Lagos, it's not just he attends, he will be there from the beginning to the end of it. And it's not even a Rivers man. So I want to say thank you for your support to my brother. It will be complete if I don't mention Alhaji Aliko Dangote. I also notice he's always there for the support. For we as a state, that by the special grace of God that I represent, I am the chief host. Nobody can take that one away from me now.
So he's the chief host. Akpabiole is the chief organizer. And he said he has the answer for Fubara. Mo, listen.
I wasn't a presidential candidate. The ovation that the Redeemed Church will give to me will not be as much as my brother who was a... But let me thank you for giving me the opportunity to lend the voice of the federal government of Nigeria to the bereaved family, to Rivers State, to the business community, to the global community, and to all Nigerians. It is not a normal occasion. This is a very abnormal occasion. We will continue to grieve after this. So I won't go into much details. I won't even go into protocols. I just want to extend the condolences of Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, his government, the National Assembly that I'm privileged to be chairman, and all members of the legislature in Nigeria, to the bereaved family, to Access Bank, particularly my brother, Ike Imokwede, the co-founder, and then the widow. Unfortunately, the widow is with us here now. The remaining members of the family. That's why I say it's not the normal occasion. Normally, the wife would have been here. If the wife was not here, the first son would have been here. But as God pleases, none of them is here. They are all here in front of us. May their souls rest in perfect peace. It's been almost a month of mourning. There's nothing that we can do than to continue to express our heartfelt condolences, our sadness over the demise of this family. Herbert was an iconic figure. He was a people's person. I believe he was a friend and a brother to all that came across him. Together with his brother, they raised Access Bank to a level of among the first 5 top banks in Nigeria, considering their ages. So number one, considering their ages, you can see that their hard work paid off. So let me also extend the condolences of the federal government to the father and the mother of the late Herbert Maiyegun, that just like the governor of Rivers has said, may Almighty God find the man and walked away. If anybody says death is good and sweet, those who die in the Lord, it is in order to fulfill the Bible. But for those of us who are mortal, this death is very painful, and very painful indeed. We are not going to cry in one day alone. We'll cry in so many days. When you look at the university, you will cry. When you pass through his personal house and edifice, you will cry. When you pass through any of the Access Bank branches worldwide, whether the one in Dubai or whether the one in Kenya or anywhere, you will cry. When you come across children that he touched, those that he sent to school, and the lives he touched. When they are talking about it and they mention his name, you will cry. When you even remember the father, his hair, Chisi, was already an iconic figure, a talented young man, highly educated, the best universities, prepared to take over the empire from the father, and yet he's no more, you will cry. When you think of the father, the wife could have been here to also mourn with us, but she joined him, then you will cry. Then you ask yourself, just like Governor Fubara said, what is the struggle all about? I will answer you. The struggle, we are not talking politics. In 2006, I wanted to be a deputy governor. So the then deputy governor invited me and told me that this office has no money. There is nothing in it. I don't know why you still insist on moving me from here and taking over. So a woman who went with me said, Your Excellency, then don't wait for impeachment. Just resign since there is nothing in it. And he stood up and he started punching the woman. And I told him, Your Excellency, don't punch her. She's telling the truth. There is nothing in the office. That's why I want it. Because you are too big for it. So, Your Excellency, Governor Fubara, if there is nothing in the struggle, don't struggle. But the soul of our icon, a South-South mentor, a man of excellence with his family. You were there.
I was not there. Check the record. Wait now. You. I was not there. I was not there. Check the record. I was not there, but you were there. But I was not there. I was not there.
You were there.
I was not there. Check the record. Wait now. You. I was not there. I was not there. Check the record. I was not there, but you were there. But I was not there. I was not there.
You were there.
I was not there. Check the.
You were there. So did you hear that? So that was them like doing their own the normal theatrical show off. But I want to just kind of pick one or two things again before we move on. Fubara described the late Wigwe as a very financially powerful man, that he controls the politicians. Does that give you the answer you probably want to know? That they are not there to mourn him dead. Most of them are there to confirm if he's truly dead. And they want to know what's going to happen to some of their monies that they have helped them put away. And that is why they are not there to mourn. They are not there to, here you get. And I promise you, your family possibly know this too. Some of them are there to make sure that it is true. Everything they have been hearing. They are $2 million. They are $100 million. They are this 100 million pounds. All of this that they are put everywhere. Done through banks in Nigeria. You can't just die like that. I hope everything is, you know what I mean? And when he said, when you pass his house, you will cry. When you pass his office, you will cry. No, we won't cry. But for those who have really benefited from him and all that stuff and all that, right? You know, maybe they will cry. But coming from the mouth of Akpabioli, and all of us knowing all of your criminal elites are milking you, destroying the Nigeria economy, but yet they are the ones who will tell you they are trying to figure it out. They are the ones who are looting you, helping the looters to launder the money. So when politicians cry at the funeral of a banker, I promise you, it is not out of love. I promise you. It'd be like a drug dealer where they cry at the funeral of an accountant. Yet you think it's because of love. It's because, Baba, this guy go just die. Die. You know, if you just die like that, too. That's exactly what most of these politicians are. It's all for selfish, personal stuff. And the quality of your leaders will determine the quality of life you are going to live.
if your public servants are richer than the states, richer than the country, they depleted the country to the point that the country is living on a borrowed time, borrowed money, about to explode. Of course, check the quality of your leaders. And I will continue with this further.
Internal, organic, and dynamic process by which a society identifies, discusses, contests, and reaches consensus on shared values, principles, and norms. It refers to the process by which a society galvanizes a sense of national cohesion, consolidates a national identity, and forges a sense of common purpose or set of common goals to which the society is oriented. In other words, nation building is the process of molding diverse groups into a unified, cohesive, harmonious, and stable national entity with shared vision and collective mission. Now, essential and of critical importance in the process of nation building is a transparently honest, visionary, self-sacrificing, and therefore legitimate and credible leadership. Such leadership assumes the role of architects, engineers, and project managers of the emerging nation. Thus, strong, stable, unified, and prosperous nations are built, I say, fundamentally on values. And experience has shown that such values are anchored on and sustained by leaders of transparent integrity and credibility, whose very lives encapsulate and personify the values that they seek to propagate in the polity. Otherwise, such values will hardly take root in the society. When, however, such critical values for nation buildings as leadership integrity, justice and fairness, as well as high degree of patriotism and sacrifice for the common good, when such values are missing, what we often have is a free-for-all. Intractable conflicts from Maiduguri to Yanegua and from Ondo to Benue. Monumental corruption, political tension, social discord, the preponderance of violent crimes, widespread impunity, including executive impunity, etc. Indeed, 4th century philosopher St. Augustine of Hippo declared that kingdoms or societies devoid of justice are nothing but a bunch of bandits and a gang of robbers. Kingdoms devoid of justice are nothing but a bunch of bandits or a gang of robbers. It is justice that builds kingdoms. Where there is no justice, what you have is a gang of bandits or a bunch of robbers. What the foregoing implies is that as we engage in multiple dialogue events and public debates on the reconfiguration or restructuring of the Nigerian nation and what governance structures best suit our context of ethno-religious and cultural diversity, we must pay close attention to the reality of widespread moral vacuity among the political, economic, religious, and socio-cultural elite of our nation. As we engage in one more brainstorming session on the future of the Nigerian nation, I ask that we pay attention, urgent attention to, and address very critically the embarrassment of what has been called a naked public square. Naked public square, whereby criminally minded characters and alleged gangsters in our midst are more easily finding their way to all levels of political office than men and women of honor, integrity, discipline, modesty, patriotism, and sacrifice. Yes, as we engage in one more political dialogue session, I ask that we seriously interrogate the situation whereby our nation more easily throws off for political office crooked and devious characters, including ethnic bigots, religious extremists, those who regularly manipulate the religious sentiments of the people, those who recklessly exploit the age-old ethnic acrimonies and antipathies in the land for selfish gain, and those thoughtless others who habitually loot the local government, state government, or national treasury for themselves and their families and render the population destitute. Until we address this anomaly, This fundamental error in our concept of political leadership and the leadership recruitment process, I do not believe that any measure of tinkering with our political structures alone will transform our fortunes.
You were there. I was not there. Check the record. You were there. I was not there. Check the record. You were there. I was not there. Check the record.
You need to hear. I have told you that sometimes some people feel like it is just pure verbiage. It's just, what's it called that one again? Grammatical diarrhea, something, whatever. See, let me tell you. When people have a chance, all right, to actually say it their way, say things their way in their words, right? Directly out there. It is mostly not about the messenger. It is the message. And you could tell, even if it is just all talks. However, nobody is living in denial of anything anymore. And what we have to kind of maintain is to ensure that the people who usually were somehow quiet when a lot of us were asking the APC to at least fulfill one significant part of all the lies or promises they made you, restructuring Nigeria. They watched this elite. Of course, they watched Bokwari divided Nigeria along ethnic lines, successfully profiled the Igbos for 8 years. The remnants of the massacring that was going on secretly before, they are still going on now. It's the same trajectory. Of course, they kept quiet. But now, if the same people who kept quiet during those periods, who called us troublemakers, are today telling themselves there's something else to be done, they can put together all all sort of conjectures, right? Renegotiation, restructuring, and all of that stuff. Indeed, we know Nigeria has passed that stage. That's the stage they are just arriving at. All right? The same them, they will finally come around and say, you know what? Restructuring or those things cannot work anymore. A lot of them who were talking about restructuring years ago, they no longer say that anymore. They are asking for the total breakup of Nigeria. It's just that the number is not numbering yet. So that is why messages like this and messengers like this, they are needed, because their messages are needed. If you can discard the messengers and their own ambition inside the contraption and whatever ambitions they have, I'm not asking you to listen to them as religious people. Don't. I just want you to listen to the messages they are passing to themselves, the content of it, where most of them are no longer hiding, or what should I put it as? Like they are no longer acting their political correctness anymore. The word usage there. For the record, I want to hear the remainder of that, what that father had to say. And I beg you to please listen to. Here.
It does stop the 1963 Constitution and amend it for our present day circumstances. Part of the implications of this are
to this. There are some historical references he's making to back up what he is saying, right? And for the record, let it be part of this. Listen.
It does stop the 1963 Constitution and amend it for our present day circumstances. Part of the implications of this, as Sam has said, may be that we go back to embrace the parliamentary system, that we adopt no more than 6 or 7 viable regions or states. Most of the money we generate in this country is used to service the bureaucracy. It is not sustainable. When I was a young boy, we had one place called Ebira Division. Now you have 5 local governments with 5 chief executives that need to be serviced. And they don't generate anything. So whatever they receive from Abuja is used to just service the chief executives. It's a useless system. We need to throw it away. Yeah. So we need to have local administrative structures that are viable, that generate resources. When I was young, the local government, the division, they had a works department, they had agri department, they had forestry department, they had water resources that worked. that worked. We had forest rangers. We had, they repaired our roads. There was water supply. As a young boy, I didn't go fetching water. I had water supply, clean water that you can drink from the tap in my house. We need to return to the kind of system that gave us that. We need to cut down massively on the cost of governance by merging ministries, departments, and agencies in a much more radical manner than the Oransay report. I mean, I felt terribly disappointed that after 12 years, you just announced that you approved the Oransay report, but since the Oransay report, you have created 600-700 more departments and agencies. So are you saying that we return to Oransay report, meaning Oransay report said we should have only about 300. So should we have only about 300 and merge all the others? And I would say yes, meaning ignore all the ones that were created ever since then, because they are not sustainable. I know agencies and departments that have signboards, federal government commission for these, and they have big houses in Abuja, and you hardly see anybody there, because some of those things, they were supposed to be ad hoc commissions, meaning the task for which they were created could be carried out in 3 months, and they are done away with. But people have been receiving money, they have been chief executives for 10 years. It's a useless system, and we need to throw them away. We must now summon the courage to discuss openly and frankly the thorny issues of religion and state of origin. We must agree on what place, if any, Sam already alluded to this, what place, if any, religion should play in governance, and resolve on whether we want to live under a monarchical theocracy of some sort, or we want to live together as a modern, federal, democratic, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious entity founded on the principle of justice, equity, equality, and mutual respect. I am a priest of the Catholic Church, but I am one of the first to say the government has no business funding pilgrimages, Christian or Muslim. If we are not able to resolve these thorny issues once and for all, I would humbly submit that we allow any political entities desiring to succeed, please let them do so safely and peacefully. Before it is too late, because quite frankly, as presently constituted, Nigeria is not working for the majority of those who call this place their home. Just last week, I was at a forum, and I mentioned that if till today, Nigeria has not been able to apprehend and bring to justice those who killed Deborah, I don't want to live in that kind of society. Reason is that, why must I be bound by the blasphemy law of another religion? If I am accused of hate speech, I should be tried in the courts because we have laws covering that. But why should I be bound by the blasphemy laws in the 21st century or blasphemy laws of another religion? Because actually what is blasphemy for another religion may not be blasphemy for my religion. And that till today nothing has happened to apprehend and bring to justice those who killed Deborah, I think is a terrible thing. It's a terrible stain. It's a crime against humanity. I said it somewhere, and somebody got up and said, "Oh, but we don't know. We don't know what she said and so on." I said, whatever she said, she deserves her day in court. And if she never had her day in court and she was killed by mob justice, I don't want to live in a country where by mob justice people are killed. I don't want to live in that kind of country. Let me conclude by saying once again that I honestly do not believe that any measure of political or structural configuration can take Nigeria out of the present conundrum as long as we as a people continue to bear such a heavy burden of ethical and moral degeneracy. To address this situation that has bedeviled our nation, what we require is nothing short of a wholesale ethical and moral revolution. But can the imperative of an ethical and moral revolution be incorporated into the ongoing debate on the reconfiguration?
Reconfiguration. This. That's why I said I wanted all of you to hear the last part of that speech. And do not sort of a jump to conclusion if you haven't heard the rest of it. Of course, a lot of you are more tired of all the grammars. I did say something to you, okay? While you are pointing fingers of what other people should do, you should check yourself. What are you doing in your capacity right now to make exactly what you want to happen? And that is why I don't undervalue everybody's role. When you have the capacity to speak out, you are speaking to thousands or millions of people that are going to indeed hear you. Not all of them are going to hear you right. Or if you heard you right, and you keep building and building with those pieces of information, people will begin to actually understand better the mess they are in. That's why if you use political correctness in telling the story of Nigeria, we will know. And I told you to please pay attention to the word usage in there. The man said, how can I live in a country where I will be killed for blasphemy of another religion? Nigeria is a place where, even though it is not an Islamic country, there are those who believe that Nigeria is an Islamic country, whether you like it or not. Whether I like it or not, they've told to my face, Nigeria is an Islamic country. And I'm okay, I don't like it. And I don't want to be part of it. If you don't want to be part of it, then you can leave Nigeria. No, I won't leave Nigeria for you. I will join my other people who do not want to exist in the Islamic Republic of Nigeria and live under your Sharia, where you kill people for your Allah. I do not want to live there. And there are millions like me who do not want to live there. So that's why we are asking that, could you just please, let's have our space and you can do whatever you like with yourself, rather than tell me there's nothing you can do about it. And that's what that man said. You could have 6 nations, you could have 7, you could, whatever you want to do. This particular one that is not actually working for anybody, the ones that is seeing us killed. Did they get I do not want to be part of it. And if the man of God, the Reverend Father, be waiting you call up, if he says he doesn't want to be part of it, then it seems that we have something in common. Okay? Because the currency that could have helped a lot. These old men, young men, old women, and the rest of them, people have told me that I've only been talking, all talk. We need action. And I said, listen, this is an action. This is an action that I am actually like doing every now and then. That is something. Okay? If you also want something different, you have to also speak out, or you go out there and make exactly what you want to happen, make it happen. Be the hero you want to, you want to see in others. Because as it is, nobody is coming to come and fight for anybody. All right? You will use what you have to fight your way if you understand why you are fighting. That's why I don't like when some feels like it's just talking. I don't like all this grammar. You need to listen to the grammar. Listen to the word usage in there. Most of them are things you already know. Or are you going to kind of act like there are those who probably are hearing some of these things we are saying right now for the first time? Yes, there are people. They know Nigeria get problem, but they do not have understanding of how it is. They have no clue. It may be this video that is going to actually open their mind to the point that they will now begin to be interested. And once they understand the mess and the danger they are in, where politicians can no longer threaten them or brainwash them, socially condition them, bribe them. Once you have enough enlightened citizens who understands that any of this is to kind of like is self-injury, it's like self-injurious, Baba, then you begin to build a resistance. And that's why every message really matters, even if you don't like the messenger. Okay? And people like us that says we will not want to live in a country with people like this. Explain to me, like I'm 5-year-old, how to actually understand and live with people like this. Watch this.
Sunday, so you don't come back. I hear they shout about Fulani. Sunday boyo papa too simo. I swear to God, you know if you do Fulani anything. Wallahi, ori ope. I swear to God, if you government not put more for here, I swear to God, Sunday boy, you go carry big problem for Yoruba land. I swear to God. I swear to God, this time if you say they kill Fulani like that time, this time, I swear to God, Yoruba people may hear me well. I swear to God, you know they leave you. You know they leave you like that. Oh. You go die if you kill Fulani, you go kill Yoruba. I swear to God. If you government no come arrest Sunday or this time, Fulani no they allow you. I swear to God, God they punish you. Ori pay. So you are any. Abiko silorini. Also, Allah. If you say Fulani Obage, Yoruba Obage go go, Allah. Emi moso puni, emi Fulani go go, emi Fulani gone, Allah. So you are any Sunday boy. Or try, you go see the thing why they happen this time. You know they allow you, wallahi, God they punish you.
Nuisance lele.
I do not want you to sort of laugh and see that lightly. Sunday Igboho said all the armed AK-47 bearing terrorists kidnapping, ransacking our villages and our farms, killing our people in every part of Yoruba land should leave. How is that a problem? But that one was able to make a video. It was a bigger one. I could have let you see all their guns and all that too. They have all their guns and all that. Do you remember those who went to burn Sunday Igboho's house after he went to a gangan? Do you remember? Or you have forgotten? Yes. And it was believed that that was done by the same Fulani terrorist who believed that he actually still lived in that old house until they realized that he has another bigger house. And that was when they sent DSS, not the Fulani terrorist, inside the Badon. Till tomorrow. I don't know, maybe they've given you the investigation report. Sheyi Makinde have been a Nigerian police. Have they to kill him? And we're waiting for the breaking news that he's been killed. All of this just to stop somebody who said armed terrorists, kidnapping people, raping women, ransacking villages, destroying farms. You leave our land. Even though the politicians will rather kind of be very careful, they do not want to poke the bear. Because they are enjoying the luxury of being in public office where they could easily just take whatever they want. No consequences, nothing. So Sunday Igboho is now, has always been, by the way, a man with a target on his back. The sponsor of terrorists, especially in northern Nigeria. See, Nigeria has no border with the Sharia North. Yoruba land has no border with Sharia North. But that is a Fulani from God knows where. Somewhere in the forest of Yoruba land, possibly, sending out a video that they have to do something about Igboho, or who knows, they probably have their own assassin trailing him too. Because like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, these people who are from a different part of Nigeria that has nothing, no border, no nothing with the Fulani, as well as the Sharia North in Nigeria. The criminals, the terrorists, they are more Nigeria, Biafra. Yet, they want their sponsor, who are also very, very worried that there could be some other local indigenous army that they do not sanction that will stop this, their own Islamic jihadist army. So what did they do? A compromised security system in Nigeria allows somebody like that to make that video with no consequences. And something nobody should touch. And as in form of human, you are somebody that if you are killed, when the Islamic jihadists kill non-Muslims, the infidels, they believe that they will be rewarded in the life after. for reading the word of one infidel. Now, that's the country they want you and I to exist in. This is the country they want me and you to be explaining ourselves. One Nigeria now, a Fulani terrorist that just kidnapped you and your family. What would you say to them? We are one Nigeria, my brother. We are all this. The government is not doing well for us. People have been killed. People have been, destroyed economically. When all of their life savings, everything was taken by the terrorists as ransom. And Nigeria left all of you in charge of guys like that. So we have people who can take care of these criminals. But those who have been making it like an Herculean task, a very tedious work, to get rid of this ragtag Islamic criminals, Fulani jihadists, they could be taken care of in a day or two. The forest is still that of Yoruba forest. The forest is still that of the Biafran forest. So when they are trapped in it, they will be extinguished. But do you know why it is so being difficult? In the eastern part of Nigeria, the Igbo governors, they put their heads together, okay? And they set up what they call the Ebubeagu. Ebubeagu was supposed to be the eastern Nigerian forest rangers. Those who are supposed to be repelling these terrorists, somebody like that idiot that made that video, right? But no, Ebubeagu is right there inside the cities. Olu is their headquarters, especially in Owerri, in Imo State. And guess their own primary goal, to go and look for every Igbo, the ones that identified as members of IPOB or not, whether you identify as one or you are just a friend of anybody who identifies as IPOB, then Ebubeagu makes you their projects. All they have to do is to attack wherever you are and call you IPOB. We just killed 20. We just killed this. And the rest of all those, right? Then the Nigerian military also giving cover to ensure that any community that poses any sort of a threat, this threat to the Fulani terrorist advancement in any part of Nigeria is considered as a national threat. The irony. Terrorists are roaming about, and you will see every of their politicians that will come on the national TV defend them. But Sunday Igboho cannot tell the terrorists, no be say Sunday Igboho go Sokoto, Nnamdi Kanu no go Kano, Nnamdi Kanu no go Borno. Is saying, keep your jihadism out of our place. You will have no establishment here, and you will not force your ideology, your Islamic, fanaticism. You will not force it on us. This is not too much to say for people that are supposed to be independent. Come on, man. You are supposed to be independent country, right? And you are also supposed to be independent people, right? But you are not. You can't defend yourself. You can't speak out against what is to kill you. You will be punished. Nigeria is a place where terrorists are rewarded, activists are jailed, and it is what it is. Guess what? The citizens who are the victims of all of this, they would rather see activists jailed or even killed because they are troublemakers. Who is complaining that they are kidnapping us? We know that these people are doing something to make sure that they don't kidnap us anymore. Well, who sent you to come and tell us to stop this, their sponsor and the government, their enablers? Sure, you get. Nigerians will watch with so much joy where those who sort of stood up against their criminal leaders are being persecuted or even killed. Nigerians will gather. They will make jokes. They will make laughs. They will make all other things that makes them feel good that their oppressors have just killed or jailed one of those who had the courage to stand up to them. This is the country they have created for us. For those of you who know better, it is not a free land where your citizenship can't even be defined. Who is a Nigerian? Can you tell me? What makes you a Nigerian? Can you tell me what exactly would you say is that thing that stands you out as a Nigerian, as your benefit or direct or indirect one, except for this generational danger and poverty that they are forcing on us to accept as our lot and turned us into
prayer warriors, okay, are those who are waiting for this miracle, because it could only be a miracle. The situation is hopeless and people are powerless, hungry and tired, depressed and frustrated, lost most of the time. Some said confused. In that state of mind, hunger makes it even worse. Therefore, people want miracle. They are looking up to the sky. They are looking up to everywhere. Where shall our help come from? Where shall our Savior come from? People, able-bodied men and women, they have been subjected to an economic slavery. They do not have a way of fighting back, they believe. They do have the number, but that too is such a scary one for them. How? Because to them, I mean, if they are still alive, peacefully and praying, maybe God is going to come down and change their situation. Okay, maybe God won't come down. He will just touch all these people to do good for them. Because it is better than to go and face them and let them kill you. If they will just kill us. Yet you are dying one by one in your hundreds. You are disappearing one by one in your thousands. I mean, come on. They turned you to game like animals in a reserve. You know, when you go to the game reserves, where people do what they call the hunting, you are there hoping that something will happen. I am also hoping that something will happen to you. And I'm not saying something bad. I say something that will shake you from that your position of comfort. That one that you are satisfied and kind of so scared to say you deserve better because you do not want to be killed. You do not want to die. Yet you will die as they continue to strangulate you economically, as they continue to make sure that you're spending, they call it purchasing power, your purchasing power continue to dwindle. And it will get to a stage, you will see death and you will beg it to take you. It is one of the horrible ways to die. When people die because they are hungry. Baba, I know the pain of hunger. I mean, when people say I'm famished, I'm starving, or I'm hungry. You know, when you say that, you are likely aware. I mean, you kind of, you know where your meal is coming from. So you can say, oh, I'm hungry. What would I like to eat now? You see, all those choices of what you're going to eat are not going to be a problem. Or how you're going to pay for or get what you want to eat is not going to be a problem. Your problem is, what am I going to eat now? There are those who have no expectation at all. They do not have any choice. They have done everything doable by trying to see if they could live off people. That is the part where they said Nigerians can endure. Some said it's actually Africans. But I am from a place called Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen. We can actually endure. You know what they say? They say if you push Nigerians to the wall, and you expect them to turn back and turn against you and say, come on, man, where else do you want me to go? This is my back at the wall. So what do you want me to do again? Nigerians won't turn their back or turn their face and face you like a goat would do when a goat is cornered. Running. Kata, 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 kata. The moment the goat gets to the corner of a house and there's nowhere to go anymore, it will turn and face the person who is chasing it. Do you understand? But Nigerians won't turn and face you. They will make a hole in that wall. They will enter that wall and they will tell you, sense. Instead of me to turn back and let you kill me, I have entered the wall. I want to see how you're going to enter the wall. When the Shege enter the wall with them, they will make more holes. As they are making more holes to dig themselves inside that wall, they will also be praying, God, why have you forsaken me? They won't look back. They dare not look at their oppressor. They dare not look at those chasing them. And that is psychological. It is psychological. Something tells you, you want to die. Do you want to die? You know, if you go out there now and you go and face these people, and the police shoots gun and you die. Yet, the horrible way to die is to die of hunger. You know, it will take a man 7 days to die without food. 7 days. The first 2-3 days, the first 2 days, your entire energy will be gone. You will become immobile. By the time you got to the 5th day, you will become a little bit unconscious. You will be seeing dark, white. You won't really see clearly. Your vision will begin to disappear little by little. By the time you get to the 6th day and 7th day, Baba, I will Lord Niel.
Imagine people dying because they are hungry. Do you imagine how many days somebody has to wait before they finally give up and die? And they say, Mama Tiku, waiting kill Mama. That Mama, I saw her 3 weeks ago. She was full of life. Mama don't die, yo. Waiting kill her, Waiting kill Mama. Was she sick? No, she no sick, yo. She no sick, yo. Accident. Okada. No accident, yo. Ebi lo pa Mama ku. Ebi alakpa dupe o. Now I'm gonna kill Mama. We went into there this morning to go and wake her. She don't even look like Mama again. She look like the cops. Where we say they exhume, put on bed, grease her body. Now I'm gonna kill Mama. Imagine the pain of the last minute. Just imagine it. If you know, all of us have experienced hunger. I'm hungry. Oh, I'm hungry. Imagine the kind of hunger that will stop you from breathing. While you are still there, like, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Then later you won't be able to talk anymore. Now for inside your head, you go to cry. And then you won't make any sound anymore. Not even any sound that could be heard other than Those will be the counting hour. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. And like that, the life will slid away. Imagine that kind of pain. See, we die like that. There are people who are dying of hunger in that place. Okay? That it hasn't happened to you. It's not because it's not happening. It's because you have pretended to build a wall around you by living in denial. I'll leave you to it. I want to take calls. I know we are not too many tonight, okay? If you are still if you want to be part of this, you could pick up your phone and then call in, okay? Because I may not take calls in the next few days because of a lot of things popping up this week, okay? But I'm going to go make myself another cup of tea just for 2 minutes, okay? And when I get back, I will take calls. Yes. Do not go anywhere. Thank you. Thank you. So I have a caller. Meanwhile, this guy on your screen is one of the mad bastards of El Rufaya, full of hate. You could smell it from far away. And these are those who are going to be the future future politicians from northern Nigeria. I don't want to be inside the same country with people like this, okay? And I know what I'm talking about. Here is my first caller, and I want to believe this is Eruk.
Yeah, this is Hirok. Yeah, good evening.
Hirok, man.
Good
How are
evening,
you
over
this
here.
afternoon? Because you are calling from the US. So please.
Yes, I want to thank every one of us who always come on this platform. Please like and share. Yeah, and I want to thank Maiyegun for job well done. I mean, it's not easy. You know, sometimes I say, how do you even get all this energy to come up to keep shouting? You know,
because I have the energy now. If I ended up, because one day if you end up in the kidnappers' den, I no go get voice that time. Yeah. So when you can say, where that guy get energy, he use them to announce to all of us. So, but today we no go see him again. Don't they kidnappers then? See. So I still get my energy now, and I encourage everybody to also use their own voice, use your resources to pursue what you believe in. Because if you don't do if you don't follow up what you believe in, waiting for other people to do something while you wait, we will all be waiting. Because the others are also waiting for you to do something. Go on, Baba.
Yeah. So, well, you know, I was watching, like yesterday, I was following up, you know, all those politicians that came for that man burial. Within my mind, for what you said, that they didn't come there for good calling. They came there because of what they have been invested.
Sure you get.
You know, they are crying for their money because they don't know how, since this man is not alive. So all of them maybe have been calculating what to start getting so that they won't lose their money.
To ourselves. Some of them are going to lose the stolen money. They will never get the money back.
Yes.
And that is why you may just hear them in the next few months or few years now. They may decide that, okay, Access Bank, they must sell Access Bank for them to get their money. And then you just hear politicians saying, Access Bank, they must close them down. And they follow you, Hirok.
Yeah, so because based on what that the River State governor was saying, that they have invested their money in all these things. When I just shook my head and said, "Is this one?" Yeah,
that is why that's why I actually played the video, not because of all of the paparazzi of it. No, I said listen to what they are saying, you know, and you understand why they were there. I'm glad you heard it.
Yes, I heard it, and ever since that thing have happened, I mean, I don't have any feeling. Yeah, I know death is death, but
all of us go die.
So, like, who are the system that who are part of those criminals that are destroying the system? Man, it will never be well with them.
If Elumelu die now, it want me and you. Because we are human now. Do you know what Elumelu contributed to Nigeria? Do you check in? They will be asking me and you. Of course we do. We do know what he contributed to Nigeria. And there are many like that.
Yeah.
If Dangote die now, they're going to tell me and you. Don't talk like that. Do you know how many people Dangote help? Do you know how many Kiniko? But yet we do know the damages that they have actually brought upon you. And we want to talk about that. Hirok.
Yeah. The reason why I'm saying this, because when you hear all this, their grammar, they blow and all these things. But people, they are sucking dry. They don't even look at them. You know, they will tell you they are professional. Which kind of professional? Who is professional in that context? All those criminals, are they the people they call professional? They will go and stand at the Harvard school and begin snap picture as if they are doing something there. I mean, who are they faking? If you see people that have knowledge,
you know, the positivity of all those schools on Nigeria. No,
on Nigeria, yes. So if they come, they will stand at the Harvard, this thing, they'll be taking pictures, people be hailing them. After which kind of nonsense is all this thing? Those one who if you see Nigeria that suffer to make it because of this criminal, they don't want on here because they don't want to cut their life short. Because those criminals, they don't want something that will do so that to benefit everyone. You know, the resources, like, okay, look at what we are saying about Saudi Arabia, how much they are recording on their profit. Is it not the same level we're supposed to be with these people? If we record such profit in this thing and distribute the money, you know, balance up things so that people will live, at least just live a normal life. You know, I'm not saying that everybody will get
simple analysis on that, Baba, the way I presented it, do you think that is not possible if you remove corruption?
I mean, this thing we are saying, If they have the will, from next year, this thing we are talking can happen. If they have the will, that things can change overnight. The money is there. It's in their pocket. They should bring it if they want that nation to be. But for us, the level they have gone into, we know that Nascata, our own, not to break them up. Nothing else, not to break them up. That's our own. Nothing. I mean, there's nothing they will talk because the kind of mind they have, they are those kind of criminal that because once you take off that small food from them, if you see them for road, you won't even talk to them. If you come out that thing, just within 2 months, because they don't have any work now, nothing to even cushion them. Well, once you come out that food from them, that is it. If you see them for road, you can't even know that they are even for example, when you see like some local government chairman that have served them, maybe they are not more there. When you see them, you wouldn't even want to talk to them because you see how their life is, because it is all those things that sustain them.
Exactly.
So they will never want to. They will never want to give up. So
how
that is why
them are, is that when they are in that government and they are stealing money, okay, some of them will now try to open some businesses that they have no plan for, okay, in that system. The moment they leave that chance where they are like, where they don't pay taxes, where they could forge everything, then to sustain the business in a corrupt system where everybody wants to steal from you, it will now be impossible. And there is no free money to sustain it. The business could die.
Yeah, I mean, what you say is right, because I have a man from my place. You remember the oil Winfield, the Gulf War money?
Yeah, the win
Abacha,
1990.
Yeah, so 1990. I remember that time the man was part of them. He got the money. If you see this thing that he built in my place, but if you go there, if you go there, that palace, you cannot even enter there. Everywhere is bush.
Because they can't maintain it.
Because they can't maintain it. So when I look at all these things, and these people, they will die, and as soon as they die, the money or everything will vanish, because nobody, no structure.
And that's why
because
has
it's
to
like
go. Eruk, see, thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Eruk.
No structure.
So I'm going to try and take another one if you don't mind, so that we can do it chapali tonight too, right? Thank you very much, for being part of it this evening. I have another call on the line.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Maiyegun.
Baba.
Abajio.
That is me, sir. Báwo ni o? How are you, sir?
Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́.
Bless you.
Báwo ni gbogbo nǹkan àwọn ọmọ ń kọ́ o àti ìyàwó?
Adúpẹ́, sir. Thank you very much. Báwo ni family and everybody know, sir?
Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. Jẹ́ kí n kọ́kọ́ kí ẹ dán. Because, I see you as a very tough person. So you understand? You are very tough. And then brave and tough. That's what you are. Please keep it up.
I will, sir.
So anybody, because let me tell you the reality. Today in Nigeria, the number one enemy, táwọn wèrè Nigeria is you. So, and I understand what you are going through, even within the extended family. So to isolate you, say, say no to any. Understand? Please, I understand. I really understand. And Ọlọ́run àwọn bàbá wa, àwọn Ọlọ́run ẹlẹ́dàá àti Ọlọ́run àwọn bàbá wa, àwọn bàbá wa, àwa pẹ̀lú ẹ̀, á dẹ̀ máa tó ẹ sọ́nà. So ìyẹn bẹ́ẹ̀. Oh, thank you. So now, what I wanted to say is this. So you see this referendum that you brought tonight, Referendum Eyisomi. I think I remember his name. His name is Referendum Eyisomi. In fact, throughout Nigeria, it's only him, it's only that man out of all the clergymen, men in Nigeria. That man you just brought tonight, because I've been listening. Most of the time, I always.
His message is so precise, sir. That's why I said.
That's what I wanted to say.
I am bringing somebody with a very concise message, and I want us to pay attention to the wordings. Go on, sir.
Maiyegun, you know what happened?
Yes, sir.
I will advise you continue listening to that man. You understand?
Yes, sir.
I'm not, I'm not a Christian anymore for the past 20 years or 25 years ago, since Oloribuku Adeboye put me out of church. You know, I just went to
them their way and do their.
Yeah. I went to Holy Ghost. Night. That one along Lagos Ibadan Road, where Holy Ghost camp. It was during the New Year.
Crossover night.
I saw. Yeah, they are just continuing extorting or catching money from people. That day I was looking at, I was looking everywhere, saying, if I have money, it's like, because I see how people poor, I feel like money continue coming out of my body and start giving people. But this rubbish, Oloribuku Adeboye, he said something that day after a lot of poor people have already contributed a lot of money out of nothing. Out of nothing, maybe they borrowed the money or whatever. People contribute a lot. Then all of a sudden, the last one is that.
Or triple the money for them.
Yeah. No, he now said something. He now said something that day. What he said, and that day I said, that your God. That this you Adeboye, this your God is not my God. If it is true God that said this, that your God is not my God, and I'm not going to be part of this thing anymore. And that day, that about 25 years ago, I left. What Adeboye said that day is that after they've already do a lot of offering, contribute a lot of money. What is just said last minute? He said, if you wanted to succeed in New Year, you should come and contribute. If you don't, you are not going to succeed in New Year. I say, God punish this man. Everybody start looking at me or whatever. I say, God, I just get out. The guy that we went there, I said, well, get your key. If you don't want to take me home, let me go and whatever. You understand? So I left. And since that day, I said, no more. No more. These guys are matched.
Do you think you were right at the end of the day, like that decision that day? Do you feel justified?
Maiyegun, that is the most brilliant decision I ever take in my lifetime. You understand? Because if you look at it, naturally people should look at it from this angle. You understand? People look at religion. People when they set up religion is just to control people. Because when the religion came that time, when the religion started, there's no serious weapon to control people. They use religion that if you do this, you go to hellfire. You go to this whatever, and it's a bollock news. There's no hellfire somewhere or whatever. So the God you are God, I'm God. Whatever you do to your fellow human being, that's what you do to God. Now go back to Nigeria matter. That man said something that really touched me, that we've already discussed on this platform on several occasions, that I don't want to live in a country that all these criminals lives. Because another thing, if you look at it from this angle, if you look at this from this angle, you will see that even all these bandits we are talking about, all these terrorists, bandits, herdsmen, whatever. You know all this Akpabio, Tinubu, Osiomole, Okorocha, Buhari, Obasanjo, whatever, on your FIFA, Adeboye, Ajani all these clergymen, all of them, both Muslim and Christian. You understand? Emirs, Obi, Igwe, Inibo. You understand? All these people are dangerous more than these admen and bandits you are talking about. Do you understand?
Because without some of these bandits,
yes,
they won't last a day.
Yeah.
You are right. Anyone who enables terrorism, they are more dangerous than the terrorists. We must all know that.
because they created them.
Yes.
They created them because you see, if you look at what is happening within last 1 week now, they've kidnapped different organized crime and different organized kidnapping. They've kidnapping around 500 or 600 people.
From Brno to Kaduna, from Kaduna to Benue, from Benue to Kirby, from Kirby to Nigeria. Yes. Over 800 people are currently in the captivity of different kidnappers from all these places.
That's right. You see, Maiyegun, there will be no end to this. Because if you look at the way it is happening, after the elections, when the election finish, you understand, they will go to Supreme Court. They will follow it to Supreme Court. You understand? When they finish at the Supreme Court, they know that no other thing. Then they will go underground. No other way again. They go underground. It's politicians. All these things you are seeing. Now, and then anybody that
they are preparing for 2027 again anyway, because they are already planning for this.
That's right.
So this is them too.
That's right. That's right. And anybody that pity Tinubu, now God will punish that person. God Almighty will punish that person. Because Tinubu, they did it in 2012. Tinubu and his group, Shetima, all of them, they did it in 2013. Or 2014.
It started from 2014, sir. Well, people will believe that it all started from 2012. Occupy Nigeria. Yes. Then 2 years later, Chibok. And the year after that, Buhari was president.
This one now, this one that they just did now, made them house themselves. Let them be clear to themselves. Sort of Sokoto, Atiku, and Erufai. Let's sit down and tell us the truth. Let the three of them tell us the truth.
So
let them come and tell us the truth.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Okay. I've actually missed you, and I'm glad that you managed to get through tonight. And it's also great that you are very well. I'm really glad to hear from you,
thank you,
Elder. So we will continue. Yeah, we will continue and never stop, like you said. And we appreciate every time you are present, sir. Okay, take it easy, sir. Okay, nice one. That is Elder Olaoluwa. So those of you who remember Elder Olaoluwa is one of the veterans here who have been on this platform for a very long time, sharing an insightful views on every issue. And it is as it is, we've always been right. It's really, really great to hear from you, sir. Really great. Now let's take another call. I do have another caller on the line. Hello.
Maiyegun the General.
How you doing, Baba?
Very good. Thanks a lot for your good work. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, man.
You see what that Reverend Father was saying. Oh my God. If we can have few of him to repeat those sermons in big churches, this is what Demadeboye should have been doing, but they wouldn't do that. Because probably they have interest in the government and they are benefiting from it. They wouldn't do that. They want to keep people in captive. Like as the last caller just said, religion is to keep people in captivity so that you can control them. The politicians are using those big churches to hold Nigerians in ransom, to be controlling Nigeria so that we will not rise up. This is what they are doing. And I don't know. Look at this, the outside, the Fulanis. These killings, they have been doing it. It's just that they enter another dimension. Now, you remember in the early 90s, when they killed a lot of people in Kano.
Like, even me, I wasn't too young, though. And suddenly, we just see all the buses coming from Lagos, and they carry leaf. Like, I grew up seeing different riots. And most of them are reactions to the killings of Southerners. Igbos, Yorubas, and everybody from the southern part of Nigeria, especially in Kano. I grew up experiencing that. But it's another dimension now. You are right.
Yeah. So there's another one. This one, I witnessed this one directly. I was in Mina in 2001, where they were killing Yorubas in Mina. They will open well carry pregnant women and put them inside the well. Not this big well that they dig in Nigeria. You use something to the very far below before you get the water. They were burying people there, tears people's stomach, remove children, burning houses, cars everywhere. That day we were at work. We couldn't go home because how can you go home?
I remember, Baba, it was so bad, right, that it actually triggered the Hausa Yoruba fight in Lagos too. And I remember innocent northerners too, Hausas and all of that were those who were really caught, that were really killed. And it was like reciprocatory around Nigeria then, when people have become so like, now only on any small thing, they don't kill people. Any small thing, they don't kill 30, 40, 100 people for any part of northern Nigeria. They will come to beg them so that made them stop. They could beg them. They made them stop the killings. Then they will say, oh, they have said to the fight is gone now. Until people started reciprocating across Nigeria. Yeah?
Because of that fact, that is why I killed this. That is why I left Minna. I came back to Lagos. I said, no, I cannot. Because one day I might be on the road, it happened to me. That's why I left Minna. Because after that incident. So that is what I've got into kidnapping and killing people in the farm. Now, because they are if you look what Malafia said, they are this thing is systematic. They plan it already. They are going stages by stages. In my village, they raped a 30-year-old woman and she died. This one is not. We are from the same kindred.
It's not even like you hear him. This is somebody that
he built this from our family house.
Raped them to death.
He built this from our family house. There's another one they raped. Till today, she cannot walk. She's working with walking stick.
God damn it.
Fulani, 30-year-old woman for farm.
I have people who have reported the same thing from Edo, reported the same thing from Oyo, where people on their way to the farm or to market, they got waylaid by this Fulani terrorist, 80 years old, 70 years old, older women, they were raped, some died, some permanent injury. And those people are
this one. We need to. Now Nigeria has gone past that restructuring and whatever. They need to divide that country. We are not one. We can never be one.
No.
I went to McDonald's today. I take my children to McDonald's to buy McDonald's for them in London. When I go to that McDonald's, more than 10 families just come from Nigeria. Come there to you. You see, if you see, they know they just come.
You go tell.
Everybody just the jackpot. And they were speaking my language. I never talked to them. I was just listening to them, watching them. The suffering is too much. Madonna has been a king for the food where they eat for king place. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
I do.
Oh my God. People are suffering, Maiyegun. And so people.
But which kind of thing? Tell ourselves honest truth now, Baba. when you left Nigeria, you probably sorted all your properties, your business, your this or that. I don't think you sold everything and then you left. Like some people are doing like they are desperate to get out. You are seeing people selling multi-million naira properties that they sweated to build together, to build, and they are selling them cheaply just to escape from Nigeria. And some people don't even understand what that simply means. Like generally, they do not understand.
I met a guy, a Benin guy, in a shopping mall when I went to do shopping. This man, he said he want to die. He said, lad, say everything, bring your wife, come here. He said, now, his wife want to come up for house. He said he wanted to give his wife and children a good life. This man, as he was telling me, was crying.
There are many of them.
He said his wife want to come up for house. He said he sold his houses, sell land, bring his wife and children come to give them a good life. The guy is a security officer. He was telling me he was crying. If you look at the guy, he's just working, cannot stay at home because his wife.
We are telling people that have managed in that shit to build careers. Some of them have made something out of it. But the entire system is collapsing to the point that all of them are abandoning supposed career that they have built in that place. Their own small wealth they have built. They know they are not safe. And all those wealth, they they will soon become almost nothing. Now, they had to leave Nigeria to start afresh. Lawyer died in London a few days ago. Lawyer, where they work for care job. Lawyer from Nigeria, working care job here. She collapsed and died. Sure, you get. And ordinarily, even if she gonna collapse and die in Nigeria, it probably would have been a different sort of collapse and die. You get what I mean, right? So, but he had to escape from Nigeria, hoping that all they need is just a place that is safe.
Yeah.
And many of them have become victims. Some people, some of them, their health has deteriorated because of that move alone. Families have been torn apart because of what people did to move to get away from that place. And some people have no idea what this simply means for a country and its future. Please.
Yeah. You know where somebody come like that, you get the age you are, you cannot adapt to the kind of work they are working in this country. Anymore. But because you want to you come, when you now come, you saw another different thing. And you cannot go back anymore because you sold all your properties.
Told all of them that you are not coming
back. You understand? And even if you sell those properties, if you come here, believe me, you Maiyegun, if you do the real work everybody is doing, even if you stay here for 20 years, you cannot build that house you sell in Nigeria. How you gonna get that money? You know how much you pay for house rent?
What I do to survive in the last 12 years? If I just came to the UK today, within this my age, I will never be able to do them successfully without sustaining probably a lifetime health problem. Possibly, I will have health problem. If I try what I have done and what I have been through in the last 12 years in this country, if I have to start afresh tomorrow, at this age, I mean, come on. And we have people who are living in Nigeria at the age of 45, 50, 55. And people they don't understand what that means.
Yeah, it's our government. That is our government. That's why I'm very, very happy for what you are doing. You need to continue, Maiyegun.
I will.
People are hearing you. People are hearing you. Continue.
I will. Thank you so much.
But the one day, people, yeah.
Thank you very much again, as usual. Okay, I'll take another one.
Yeah.
You have a good one. Okay. Here is another caller on the line. Please, if you are still watching, you should, if you haven't really paid your offering, go like the broadcast if you haven't. But if you have done it already, don't do it again. Hello there.
Hello, Maiyegun.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, thank you for your beautiful job.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Mr. Adetunde calling you from Birmingham.
Sir Ade from Birmingham.
Yes.
Thank you so much for calling in, sir. Please.
Yeah. I just want to add to the beautiful enlightenment you are giving us.
Thank you, sir.
There are thousands and thousands of Nigerians dying from malnutrition and diseases as a result of this malnutrition. I'm a medical doctor.
Bless you.
And I can tell you that when people do not have good nutrition, they are short of micronutrients and vitamins, which are essentials for the body.
Right.
And this will result in a lot of chronic diseases or cancers in them. And add that to the expensive nature of drugs and medical care in Nigeria now. So there are many dying, secretly in their homes, in the Babalawo or the Mamalawo's places.
Yes.
And in the different villages when they cannot afford medical care. And it is these bad leaders and bad politicians that we have.
Yes, sir.
That is causing these chronic illnesses in them.
Yeah, I'm glad you just mentioned nutrients, diet, and all of that. Okay.
Yes.
Sir, you are very much in the know of what you are saying. And that's why I'm going to say this, and you're going to help and correct me, sir. Okay.
Yes.
People have told me that Nigeria is raising generation of young Nigerians or future Nigerians that will have growth deficiency in every part of their body, including brain, because of the type of food they have access to or lack of it. And they are in their millions and they are growing now. Help me. Is this true?
It is true. And they will be mentally deficient in intelligence, in capacity. and even in their height. You understand?
Yes, sir.
In their height, because they have developmental criteria for different ages. Most children in Nigeria as of now, because of this hunger and malnutrition that is happening, many of them will not be able to develop. They will not be able to meet these developmental milestones. And there is something which we learn in pediatrics. There is something they call, when it is very severe, that is when you have kwashiorkor and malnutrition. These children are prone to many childhood diseases. You see, because if you are not having adequate nutrition, it reflects in many things.
It does.
It does reflect in many things. Look at it. There are some people who will develop prostate problem because they are deficient in zinc. And the food sources and fruits where they can get these things, they are not eating them because of they can't afford. Look at the minimum
that to make them that will last in them for hours.
Yes,
because they can't afford to be eating all those portions that are healthy for them.
That are healthy
all growing
and
like that. Like we shall grow like that, but we are
not
growing.
It's a wrong kind of growth. You can see the system we have here.
And that's why
when they serve food for children in schools,
you will see
they will give them food.
But they won't be able to have critical thinking. They do not have that patience.
Yeah,
because they didn't really develop. But
it didn't
that means
develop.
some of us didn't even develop properly.
Yes, that's it.
And that's why we're having this problem too, that we have a lot of people that can easily be socially conditioned, and they will still defend their oppressors.
Yes.
Could this be a reason too? That a lot of us didn't actually develop
properly? It will contribute because their capacity and the kind of intelligence they will have will not be able to be optimal.
Right.
You understand? That's why you will see some people, the way they reason in that Nigeria, you will just say, can't this one analyze this easily? Can it grab it easily? You understand what you'll be thinking? Are these not subhumans?
You know what you are doing for me,
so Nigerians,
you know what
Nigerians will be breeding subhumans.
You know what you are doing for us tonight is that you, as a pediatrician, right? You personally,
no, I'm just a medical doctor.
Oh, you're just a medical. Okay, great.
Yes.
Which is pretty much your line. I mean, these are kind of basic, by the way, Abi. Or except we want to go deeper and deeper, giving them names and other, but they are basic. Eating better, balanced diet, sleep well, children have what they use, and like you said, all this growth, they have criteria for them. If you don't match all the standard, that's what you will turn out to be. Now, what you have done now for us is that a lot of people who believes that now spiritual problem, they don't give us all of, they don't give all of us jazz. That's why we know they think well. That's why politicians, they control us. We might actually be so wrong all this while because a lot of us didn't actually develop properly. We were raised in poverty and therefore we were growing in body, but we were not actually developing in our brain. And today, those people are in their millions and they can vote. That's what you just confirmed for us tonight. Our problem is not spiritual. Our growth has been uncompromised. God will bless you, sir. Just let me add more, a minute or two.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, if you look, if Nigeria is a normal country, they should sit down and calculate a minimum wage for the most junior staff. In every government establishment in that Nigeria. That is when you know that Nigeria have leaders that are thinking. And after that staff, they will calculate the number, the amount he will need for him, his wife, and 2 children.
Like the household.
To pay for feeding, to pay for accommodation, to pay for transport, to pay for medical, government here provide medical bills. And to pay for clothing and shoes and everything. And at the end of it, there will still be something that they can save. So that in each year, you should be able to have enough savings to go on a short holiday. Can somebody do that in Nigeria?
I don't think so anymore.
As the least paid worker, even to go on a short holiday to Benin, Republic of Benin or Ghana there. You understand what? We will say come abroad. To go for holiday and have something to spend for that 1 month holiday.
And I'll go to Spain here.
Yes, Nigeria, and you will know, and you notice one thing.
Yes, sir.
As some people in Nigeria are aspiring to develop themselves and their community and their lives, some people are pulling it down.
Absolutely.
Especially these northern politicians and northern elites. You will see them that they want to keep their communities and their people impoverished, in poverty. All the agitations, activism that we are doing, you will see that it's mainly people from the south and some from the middle belt that are campaigning for this thing. That is why I support what Dele Farotimi said, that we are running a feudal system. And they are the one who wants to be in power. Do you understand me now?
I do, sir. I do.
So there's nothing. They should just break that country. Because our goals and aspiration and vision are not the same.
No.
It is not the same at all.
No.
Because the North, they want to continue in what they are doing. And what vision do they have? They are not developing their people. They are impoverishing their people. People in the South that wants to grow, you are suppressing us. Yes. You don't want us to go. And the world is going very far.
Thank you so
Everybody
much.
is going ahead. But the people are visiting moon. They are visiting space everywhere. And look at we in Nigeria.
And we are still shouting up NEPA.
We are still shouting. We are carrying religion. We are carrying religion all about. When people have put religion in its place, it's a private thing. Religion is a private thing. Don't bring it into the way people think or the kind of politics they want to have. Anybody that is in politics is to serve. If you are not serving, you should get out of the place.
Get the hell out of the place, sir.
Yeah, nobody should be calling anybody His Excellency and be respecting anybody.
I know. Thank you very
Look at the way we press the neck of politicians here.
Yes, now. And
nobody respects any politician here if it's not in Nigeria, in any of the legislative houses and the houses of assembly. Can any community recall their representative?
No,
they make it complex in Nigeria.
Only godfathers can remove their own godsons and daughters. You know that.
See, they are even making it difficult now. Can we remove Fubara easily?
I know. Anyway, thank you so much.
When the president is even coming there.
I know.
Thank you very much.
God bless you, sir. And I hope I hear more from you. God bless you.
Thank you.
You have a wonderful evening.
Bless
you.
Thanks
a lot. Now, that is, Sir Ade. I think he prefers to be called Sir Ade, like Ade, but I would rather call him Doctor because that's how I'm going to remember him. I will remember him as the doctor in the temple. Mind you, I think I want to try and see if I could take another one. Give me a sec. Let's see. So sometimes I would like my caller to probably help me end the call from your own side so that we can let others get through as well. So thanks a lot, Saulu. I said Saulu. Okay. I've missed Saulu then. So I'm going to say Dr. Ade. God bless you. Now let's have this. Let's have it. Here. Our time is already rounding up, okay? Good enough. We are not really so many tonight, but we are so, it should be flexible, right? Now, here is another caller. Hello.
Hello, Maiyegun. Good evening.
Ross, good evening. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you doing?
Very well, right? Surviving. How are you doing?
I bless God. My name is Chooks. I'm calling from Canada.
Thanks so much, Chooks. Did you say Chooks from Orlando?
Canada.
Oh, it is Canada. Chooks. I've got Chooks. I've got Chooks. Chooks, is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
It is you. It's been a while, Baba. How are you?
Yeah, I'm always watching from the background. You know, it's more difficult to see you. And in the morning, you know, your morning program is always very early here, you know. Yeah. So, yeah.
Anyway, fair enough. I'm glad to hear from you again. So, Baba, we're almost even done. And it's really good that you could get through too. So, please.
Yeah, Maiyegun, what I actually wanted to say is somebody asked me this question and that got me thinking. Have you ever wondered why even River Niger, that we so much, you know, valued in Nigeria, we valued River Niger growing up is all about River Niger, this, River Niger, that. Why is in that white form? Even nature, the guy told me, even nature, even divided us. Why are we so holding on to Nigeria? See if we are, Nigeria is our own God. And we are dying.
That one is deep. That even nature has already drawn it and let everybody do their day and others do their day. But we still fail to follow it.
Yeah. Why are we still holding on to Nigeria like is God? Or I don't get it. And secondly, here in Canada, right? When when I was going to school, right? There is one course we did. They call it elective. It's just select. I started political science, right? And they would tell us that Canada is a Christian country. Yes, I mean, they will tell you.
They have to keep reminding you. Great.
Yeah, they keep on telling us that you have to separate religion from politics. They are this, they are that. Yet there are so many values that Christians don't believe, such as this gay, blah blah blah. Yet in their law, that is in their law. They respect all those things.
That's what law is, equality before it, and everybody's interested indeed covered.
And you won't even see people, as in these people who still tell you that they are Christians, going against it. Their law is their law. It's just different from what they believe. Your belief is your belief. Our law is our law. Do you understand me? That law gives
law and order runs a country. Okay,
exactly.
It is not the rule of gun and all of that actually succeed a country. Because in the process where you have law and order, you have those who agree, you have those who disagree. Those who agree, they will have their say. Those who disagree, they will have their say. The majority will have their way, and the minority will have their say. And there is always going to be another time to fight for what you believe in as well. And look at those of them who are not pronouncing religion, shouting Allahu Akbar here and there, wrapping their heads with bed sheets, okay, dressing up like the Pope and all of that. Those who are not starting a meeting with opening prayer and closing prayer, okay, they are not claiming to be the next to God. They are better off than us, who are superstitious but very criminally. Go on, Chooks.
Yeah, that's something I keep wondering. Like some things, some of the easiest things you will see elsewhere, will make it so difficult in that country, and it's really killing me. And to round it up before I go, please, I want to use this opportunity to tell every other person, whether Igbo or those people who actually believe in those Biafran or Eastern region, to know that whenever you criticize IPOB do this, IPOB did this, even if you're not an indigenous people of Biafra, you are also an indigenous person of Biafra. So in whichever way, you are IPOB. You understand me? And when you keep on saying they did this, they did that, Nnamdi Kanu did this, Nnamdi Kanu did that, one day we will all just sit back and be telling ourselves, look at how stupid we are when this guy started.
They ask us to hang those who are speaking out for us because they don't like their tones. But we are watching those who are threatening us and carrying out that threat. They are hurting our people and harming our people, killing them and destroying things, right? Yet, they told me and you that we must do everything to join hands and stop Igbo and stop Nnamdi Kanu. One day we will all look back and see how foolish we have been, especially those of
we have been. That is mostly when you are from that part of the country that they are even speaking out for.
Yeah.
So is that country. I don't tire. I don't tire.
Don't do your part, because what happened is this: a lot of us are doing our best to make sure that what we know, we believe. If a lot of people know them and they are conscious, self-aware enough, it can liberate all of us. We are not trying to create any messiah from anywhere. Okay, nobody will fight for anybody. We must always remember that. And that's exactly what you have just done. Okay, everyone that calls in, add their perspective to this conversation. You are helping me to explain this further to those who spare their time, like yourself, with us tonight. So, Chooks, you've done well.
Yeah.
You take it easy, okay? And you have a wonderful week. Bye-bye.
And you too.
Nice one, man.
Okay, yeah.
Great.
So that's Chooks, by the way. I have one more caller. I will take one more call, okay? Because we started late, remember? I came in late. So I will have just this last call. And we will only have just about 5 or so minutes more. Without wasting much more time, let's hear from Lady Charm. Is that you?
Yay, last caller. Thank you.
God bless you. So I thought as much, and I'm like, well, that's fair now that we've got the voice of a lady mixed with all other voices that we've heard tonight. How are you doing tonight?
I'm very well, thank you. The clocks, how would I put it? The clocks moved an hour today. So
oh, that is true. Our own is also going to change later this month. So you're like 1 hour. Is that ahead now or just back to where it was then?
It moved 1 hour forward. So
is that forward then? Okay. So that simply means that yeah, that simply means that UK is now like an hour, a little bit an hour ahead of the normal regular time, right?
Yes.
Sorry about that. So we will soon be all the same time. Don't worry. Just
exactly. We'll soon be normal time. Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Let me do it step by step real quickly because we don't have too much time.
I know.
So the first one is, let me talk about the people talking about, religion. I think part of the human problem is pointing fingers, making excuses, right? You say, oh, religion is the reason why. Now, like the last time I called and I said, we've all agreed that religion is a problem. But I think also the bigger problem is the individuals participating in the religion, okay? You can't be pointing a finger at religion without pointing a finger at yourself, right? The religion hasn't put a gun to your head. No. It hasn't stopped you from thinking. It hasn't stopped you from reasoning. It hasn't stopped you from picking up your Bible, reading it, and making up your own, understanding on a thing, right? So pointing a finger and saying, "Oh, religion is this." What about you? What about you? What are you doing to mitigate that hold that you claim that religion has on you? Okay, you can't be a Christian because of Pastor Adeboye or this and that and the other. You need to be a Christian. Exactly. You need to be a Christian and Muslim for yourself because it is. You believe in afterlife and your salvation depends on this, right? So you need to be more exactly personal. So you need to be more invested in making out the time to understand what it is that you believe, right? So that if somebody is coming to tell you something contrary, you have that belief, you have that understanding that, no, this is different from what I understand, and you step away. You can point all the fingers that you want on religion, but I think the biggest finger you need to be pointing is at yourself and asking yourself the deeper
individual acts that we could exactly pretty much like saying, oh, it's the devil, or it's the devil. Listen to me. What exactly have you done that you will take responsibility for? Let's even start from that. So if you can't take responsibility for your own actions, that's mostly you are not proud of, right? So if you can't take responsibility for them, then we have a problem. Like there's
then we have a problem. This is what I think, and I think this is part of why your platform is great, and I like to engage because I think you talk. I want to get to the part of the doctor that spoke, right? Because I have my own point of view regarding what he just said.
Time I'll listen tonight. I'm not going to stampede you, all right? So yeah, don't worry. Go on.
Okay, so you have to be responsible. You have decided to be responsible, which is why you have your platform, so that you can educate people. You don't know everything. I don't know everything, but you're putting yourself out there. You're gathering as much information that is factual enough, doing your research and putting yourself out there. So what are you doing? Let's stop pointing the finger at religion and even, part of the pastorpreneurs. What about you? How are you mitigating what they're doing? How are you holding them responsible? It's easy for you to say, oh, they're doing this, person is doing that person is doing. What are you doing? A lot of people don't understand Michael Jackson's song, Man in the Mirror. The man in the mirror is actually you. What are you doing to change? Do you understand? What are you doing to effect the change that you want to see in society? So until we
what they say about that, Charm, right? You know what they say about that? Yeah. They said that you can actually be the leader you want. You get what I mean?
Exactly.
Oh, we wish we have people who actually care about people. People who genuinely love people. You could be that person. Because if you are waiting for that person, hoping it will come, right? Everybody will begin to give you the posture of that person until they show you their true color. So that's what it means. It means that if you want something to change, you can actually be.
You have to start it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You should start doing the things that you want to see in society. I know a lot of people will say, okay, well, there's so much. There's a lot going on in Nigeria that it's not easy to be the change, but that's not going to be an excuse. We can't keep on holding other people responsible. We have to start holding ourselves responsible and accountable, for the changes that we want to see in that society. That is why if somebody says something that is contrary to what you believe, you can stand up and say, you know what, I don't agree with what you're saying, and I think you're very wrong. Just like the earlier caller said that, when Pastor Adeboye said, oh, if you don't donate such and such, you're going to have a rough year. And I think that is wrong, just even on the basis of what God told us. You don't tell people that. Are you trying to scare them?
You know why I believe that too, Charm, is that remember Baba Adeboye that was praying for his own congregation that other churches and church members
will bow down to
them for food. And they all screamed, amen.
That is the problem we have. How do you... Those are the people that need education. Those are the people that need to pick up their Bible, not read verses. Pick up your whole Bible, read it and see what God actually says about these things. And maybe when somebody says that kind of prayer, I say, no, I don't agree with this, your prayer. I don't think it's right. Anyway, that for me, that's my first point. That when let's go
developing rightly or wrongly, because I've been questioning my development. By the way, I remember that when I was growing up, I love Eba so much because my mom, right, we used to make our own gari. We'll kind of, we'll process our own cassava, okay? We'll fry and do all of that stuff. So we always had gari at home. And my mom's way of trying to curb, in our own way, curb food, inflation and all that was that we made our own food. Gari must be at home. And you can eat gari with anything. Sure, you get. You can make Eba. That's how I grew up. Now that I have a bad eyesight, I thought I had bad eyesight until they checked and said my eyes are healthy, right? So I always believed that Nagari where they chop won't blind me now at this age, you. Sure, you get. So then I started questioning my growth. Like, maybe I would have been so kind of like wise. I could probably have created so many things if to say I get proper nutrients. I chop well. So, and I want to hear your own part because you said that one you are interested. Many of us know chop well. Now, stubbornness make us sharp where we are. Charm.
Okay. So, when you say many of us, that would be like which generation are you talking about? Because it's my parents' generation. They testified that Nigeria was good. They ate well.
They did.
Okay, they ate well. They fed well. They had immunization. They had everything. Right? But they were still not able to deliver the Nigeria that we were looking for. Were they?
That is below, that one is below the belt. You beat me to that. That even those who eat well, what did they do? So you might be questioning whether you eat well or not. Calm down. What about those who eat well? Now I'm interested.
What about those who eat well? And then that's our parents' generation. And even I'm fortunate that I didn't have those kind of challenges growing up. I fed well, so maybe I'm not the best.
Right? Okay.
Well,
but here we are. Everybody will eat well. Watch me right now. All of them get answer. No genius among you to save all of us. Continue.
So here we are. But when you take that, he's talking about Nigerians, right? But let's move on to the West, where they're eating well, where everyone is. We assume that people have good 3 square meals and they're eating well and all of that. You still have people who are easily led. You still have individuals who will follow, mainstream and not think outside the box. So I don't necessarily feel that it has anything to do with nutrition. I think it has to do with the human spirit. Yes, it has to do with the human spirit. The will to succeed. The will to, to grow, to improve, to be better. Why is it that if you felt that, you were disadvantaged as growing up in terms of your nutrition, that hasn't stopped Maiyegun from becoming. Has it? No.
That is where you are. Man, you are just giving me some of this below bed stuff that couldn't really be. I couldn't really have a pushback much. Sure, you get. But I am saying, right, what I'm saying is that maybe, like they say necessity is the mother of all invention. Okay, that even if we have all of these problems, we should have become kind of genius. But when I remember the part you said, it is individual and selfish and all of that stuff, I'm like, I won't go for that. Go on, Charm.
And aside from that, right, you have other even more organized countries, China and the rest. They haven't
so many
flown
factors
anywhere.
that lead to all of this.
There's so many, exactly. And I dare say, if at the end of the day, let us even follow that trajectory, that because of the lack of nutrition, right, so their minds will not be as developed or this and that and the other. Okay, we've had the ones that have eaten well. We've had the ones that, let's say, quote unquote, chop belly full, right? No changes. Maybe it takes people who don't hear, who cannot reason with whatever it is that they're telling them, to move Nigeria forward, because it will take a stop. We need to be stubborn at this point in time in our lives. That's what we need. Nigeria needs to break up.
Following the rules.
Right?
We should stop following all their dictates. Maybe all of us
we need to
grow
stop
up well in our state of anger and whatever they want to call it. We might actually be the ones that will change.
Exactly. We will be dogged and it's like, you know what, I don't understand, because all I can think about is that I'm not eating 3 square meals and then you people are selling us, and I deserve better. Your propaganda, your stories, they're not flying, right? They're not working, because I know that I deserve better. And then that is the, how I put it, catalyst that begins to make some things change. And I agree with what everyone is saying regarding Nigeria as a whole, as an entity. It does need to break, because our ideology, like you said, clash of cultures is different, right? They seek to subjugate. We want to be enterprising, to be innovative and creative, and and do many things, right? But it is within their culture, maybe they're what they call it, intertwined with their religion, right? That doesn't allow them to operate in that way. And because we cannot walk the way they're walking, it's just not in our nature to do so, which is why the country needs to, divide, hopefully amicably, so that they will lead the way they want to lead while we move the way we want to move, because we're too different in our approaches towards life, And then finally, with regards to Herbert, I don't really like talking about people who have passed away, because they're not here to defend themselves and everything. Am I suspicious of the way the man died? Absolutely so. I don't know why my spirit feels that way, but it felt that way when I heard the man died. I know people personally who have worked with him, who have only good things to say about him. Right. But I have to say that all of these people who have been here in this current situation where Nigeria is going downhill, how have they contributed? Did they harm or did they help? Now we will never know. I think that's where I want to end my own talk on your show.
You have done so well. We need a platform called the Maiyegun's Brethren's what do you call that one again? TED Talk
round table. Let it be Maiyegun's Brethren round table.
Okay, round table will actually make better sense. I've got a round table here. I'll just need more chairs, right? Charm.
I don't mind that. You should have me and Adiola. I like you.
You will love a round table around Adiola. While Adiola is talking about finance, you are likely going to be talking about philosophy and other things like that, right?
Yes,
I would love that. See, thank you so much, Charm. All right, you are a star.
All right.
Again, okay.
Thank you.
You have a good evening too. All right, and then a good night. Thank you so much, everybody. We have come to the conclusion of the broadcast tonight. It's been a long one, and I want to believe it's an interesting convo too. Now, you can watch this from the start again if you joined us midway, or wait till tomorrow where you can watch the premiere as well as the replay in the afternoon. Until then, do not stop listening to Maiyegun, okay? Because I will be back again. So thanks to every one of you. Good night.
Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò.
Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun number one.
Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò.
Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun number one.
Maiyegun ti dé o ọ̀rẹ́ ará ìlú.
Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun number one.
Lórí Facebook lórí YouTube.
Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun number one.
Gbogbo bó ṣe ń lọ ni Maiyegun já wa sí.
Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun number one.
Àṣírí ọ̀jẹ̀lú kì í bò níbẹ̀ o.
Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun number one.
Bó bá ṣe eré àní Maiyegun máa wí.
Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun number one.
Ó sì tún ṣe eré wàá gbọ́ níbẹ̀ o.
Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun number one.
Maiyegun Diary Diary Politico.
Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun number one.
Godfatherism kò sí lọ́rọ̀ Maiyegun.
Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun number one.
Ẹ farabalẹ̀ sẹ́ o kẹgọ́rọ̀ lẹ́nu o.
Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun number one.
Àní Maiyegun làwa mọ̀ o làwa mọ̀ tó dòdòdò.
Maiyegun Diary Maiyegun number one.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé. Maiyegun ti dé.
Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Lórí Facebook.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Lórí YouTube.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Bọ́ bàbá gbé wúrẹ́.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Ijó ìgbádìyẹ.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Pẹ̀sìdó bá rúfin o.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Kí gómìnà kówó jẹ.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Ọlọ́pàá tí ń darí bá.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Aṣòfin tí ń rúfin o.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Òpùrọ́ olóṣèlú.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran o.
Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran.
Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n fowó bẹ́ẹ̀. Maiyegun ó sọ pé wọ́n ò bẹ́ẹ̀. Oníkan ṣáàtì ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe. Fáwọn ará ìlú tó gbé wọn débẹ̀ o. Àyè.
Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ òní fi wọ́n níran.
Ha! Kì máa yí ṣeré, ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣẹ̀fẹ̀. Kì máa yí ṣeré, ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kì í ṣẹ̀fẹ̀. Ẹni bá ti lè lẹ́bọ̀ lẹ́rù o, ọmọ bá dèrò kàṣàyè tú wọn síta.
Maiyegun ti dé, gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Maiyegun ti dé, gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran.
tẹnitẹni ọmọ Máyégún ọ̀rẹ́ ara ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni mo fọlọ́run sọ ẹ̀ bá kìlẹ̀ lóòótọ́ olódodo ìlú ọ̀tá ìlú mọ̀mọ́ ni ìwọ ṣá máa ń ṣọ́ra kò sì mọ́ bẹ̀rù bọ́tà ń lè rí bóníṣègùn lé káwọn mọ̀mọ́ fi ṣera wọn ni ó ti dẹrùn tí wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ sè mọ́bẹ̀. èèpo ọ̀bọ lọmọ bá dérò tàjẹ́ ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ ó ti jọba lórí àbínú ẹni kò sì mọ́ bùyà àìsíwọ́lu ní ẹnìkẹ́ ìgbódì ẹyin lábàrá o ó kó ẹni tó bá dán wò á kàmù. Máyégún ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ túnra kì. Máyégún ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ túnra kì o. ẹni bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dèrò òní fi wọ́n níran o.
Máyégún ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ túnra kì. Máyégún ti dé gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ túnra kì. ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe yìí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe ọmọ bá dẹ́rọ̀ ò ní fi wọ́n níran.